Good morning. We call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. on Friday, April 8th, 2022. Precious, may we have roll call, please?
Sarah Pardue, John Carr, Rick Stopik, Barbara Roth,
Here.
Dagmar Bras,
Here.
Cara Cap,
Morning, here on WebEx.
Penny Pompey,
Here.
Glenn Groman,
Here.
Spencer Siegel, Lori Vinegar,
Here.
Kylie Harper Larson, Marcia Hayden, Angela Van, Edwin Ferguson,
Here.
Eric Royal. We have quorum.
Thank you. Please all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning. Do we have proof of publication?
Yes, Chair, we do.
Chairman,
Yes.
I just think we need to do a motion to extraordinary circumstances for the WebEx attendee.
I was about to do that next.
Very good.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Can we now vote to allow remote participation for those on WebEx due to extraordinary circumstances related to the COVID-19 pandemic? Motion by
I'll make the motion.
Commissioner Vinegar, seconded by Commissioner Roth. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion passes unanimously. Do we have any postponements on the agenda?
No modifications or postponements to the agenda.
Thank you, sir. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda? Motion by Commissioner Roth. Second by Commissioner Pompey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any oppositions? All righty. Do we have a motion? I don't have any comments at this point, but we do have, got to open up to, I guess, comments by the public on non-agenda items, and we have one card at this point in time from Linda Smith. Ms. Smith, would you mind coming to the podium, please?
Oh, apologize, Chair. The consideration of minutes, item 1E.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes for the March 11th?
So moved.
Okay. Motion by,
So moved.
yes, sir. May I have a second? All right. So motion by Commissioner Groman, seconded by Commissioner Stopik. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Now, Ms. Smith, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Linda Smith, Jupiter, Florida. I want to wish everyone a good morning, and I brought cookies this time for commissioners and staff. It's hard to find green cookies. To me personally, they look a little off, but I promise I brought them this morning at Publix, and I did not use any of the Publix single-use plastic bags. My general comment to the commission and to the public, both on TV and behind me, I believe we have reached the point that we've had enough development. I think we may have reached it a long time ago, but the public and citizens were working, raising kids, pursuing hobbies. It might have seemed like we were sleeping, but we were not. We were busy doing other things. So I am now making a comment to the developers and landowners. I am not necessarily against development. I am for redevelopment. We need to build between places along transportation corridors. We need to revitalize underutilized areas and perhaps renovate them. And I encourage you to read the letter from Robert Hartzell that was submitted yesterday into the record, hopefully. And I'm asking for no more individual amendments to our comprehensive plans. They were very well thought out, and we need to just hold the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Next, we go to item 3, public hearing. We will hear from the applicant first. then planning staff, followed by public comments. Planning staff and the applicant may respond to comments from the public. Planning commission will then direct questions to staff and/or the applicant. The commission may then discuss the amendment. So first up, we have a presentation in reference to 3A1 Brentwood of Wellington. And is this 15-minute presentation? What's the?
Could you repeat that, Chair? Sorry.
The presentation time, isn't it normally 15 minutes?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Brian Terry with Insight Studio. I feel a little naked today. I think this is the first time I've ever stood up here without a jacket on. Hopefully it frees me up and I can move. So I'm going to talk very quickly. I've got a lot to try to cover in the 15 minutes. So again, we're here to talk about this property. It's called Brentwood of Wellington. It's actually located on State Road 7 on the west side of State Road 7, north of Lantana Road, so in between Lake Worth and Lantana Road. It's 10.22 acres and with frontage on State Road 7, and is really it's an infill site that has previous approval. And so again, kind of looking at the land use map, what we're here today to talk about is this corridor has seen a lot of change over the course of the past, let's call it 15 years, really. And especially in this section, 50th is on the very north side, the road on the very north of where the red is, and then Lantana Road at the very south. And so a lot of commercial, there's industrial on the corner, there's multifamily in the area. It's a very diverse corridor in this portion of the county. What we're here to talk about really are kind of two aspects of a land use amendment. Number one is the property, which is highlighted right now. That's HR 8 existing. So this has an old CLF approval on it. Approved, I believe, was in 2005. Never came to fruition, never came into existence, but the land use remained there. What we're requesting to do is maintain that HR 8, but modify the conditions, remove the conditions that were specific to the CLF. So utilizing the property for the existing land use that exists. Then second side of that is we want to add the corner piece, which has commercial low land use with some underlying residential. So we want to kind of downgrade that land use, take it off the commercial side, bring it back into the residential side, and make it consistent with HR 8. So the map would ultimately look like that, right? We're taking a little bit of the red off the map and making it orange to make it consistent with the back parcel. We have two aspects of this from a density bonus perspective that we're talking about, the TDRs, the 3 TDRs per acre, as well as we are requesting 100% workforce bonus density, and I will get into that a little bit later here. So surrounding uses, again, just, so we're all familiar with that. If you haven't driven that portion, if you're not exactly sure what's there, this gives you a pretty good outline. We're working on the commercial office piece, actually the southern portion to develop that out with additional office and a daycare actively right now. You've got a car wash that was approved just south of that. You've got the 3-story storage facility that was just built. Then as you come to our property, the piece that's carved out, the red piece has a commercial low land use on it. Again, storage, industrial, fast food, tire, gas, everything down at the corner. You have a Target center. So again, it's a diverse corridor. I think, we are all super aware of the circumstances that are in front of us. If you read the Palm Beach Post, you read the Sun Sentinel, you look online, you look at Zillow, whatever it is that you do to sort of keep in touch with what's happening in the real estate market, it's crazy. We all live here for a reason. It could be because, maybe you're born here. A lot of people moved here like I did 20 years ago because it's a beautiful place to be. People are migrating from south. They're coming from New York. They're coming from the Midwest. There's opportunity here, and it's placing a significant demand on the housing opportunities within this county. It's everywhere, and it's placing demand on opportunity, and it's raising the prices on home ownership as well as rental. That jump. So the county's been obviously very aware of this. As you guys know, it's been a very big topic of discussion for the past, really, 20 years. And the Affordable Housing Needs Assessment was done, really trying to analyze really where the problems lied, right? What are the issues that we're facing as a community? And it's very clear that it's just the fact of the matter is there's not enough inventory coming into the system. with the demand of the people that are moving into our communities and want to be a part of this community. So, you know, that is the primary concern. And all that does is, again, raise prices and make it extremely hard for affordability to be achieved. What I think is really intriguing is, so finally there's been a well, everybody recognized we had a problem, but the action plan was actually developed, right? This was done by staff members, administration, private sector. Everybody came together to talk about, well, how can we actually achieve this? How can we solve the problem that we're all facing? And I think I pulled a few snippets because the portion that we're here talking about today is planning regulatory reform. That's what we do, right? That's what you analyze. That's how you make decisions for how this community and this county progresses forward. It's super clear. I mean, the objectives couldn't have been more clear. The objectives of the planning regulatory reform should be to increase residential production by increasing density and expanding the developable footprint while enhancing quality of life through incentivization of high-quality design and increasing the speed of efficiency of approvals. Furthermore, in a county where increasing finite supply of vacant land, local governments must make more efficient use of the land available for density. And for the most effective tool that we have is to increase areas zoned for higher levels of residential density. That's what we're talking about today. And then lastly, another major incentive is to expand on areas which housing can be developed, both by changing the underlying land use of non-residential commercial properties, again, what we're talking about with this application, while making surplus vacant underutilized land available for development, workforce, and affordable housing. So we're bringing forward an opportunity which is an infill site, which has land use to be utilized for exactly the things that are the initiatives that were put forward and asking us as a planning and development community to consider to solve some of the problems that we face. So I'm going to try to hit some of the policies and the issues that are in the staff report, appropriateness of land use. Again, you know, I kind of tried to go over what's in the corridor. I think there's maybe, there's certainly a lot of folks in the room, residents of both Fieldstone and Thoroughbred, understanding that we are adjacent to single-family communities. I want to talk about that a little bit more too, but I don't want it to get lost on what the corridor actually is. This is State Road 7, one of the most intense roadways within the entire county, and we have to recognize it for that. So again, I think staff did as well. They've basically indicated their support for that it is an appropriate land use, and again, utilizing the HR 8 and then conversion of the commercial low to make those consistent is appropriate in this place, in this location. We are using the county programs. We're not asking to try to increase above HR 8. We're sticking with HR 8. We're bringing the commercial over to be consistent with it, but then we're using the TDR program, which is, you know, 3 units for the TDR. We're using the workforce program. We are asking for 100% bonus density. There's a demand, and there's an opportunity to utilize it and take some of the pressure away from, you know, agricultural property, environmentally sensitive property. This is neither of those. This is really, again, a vacant parcel of land, had an approval on it, never came to existence. We got an opportunity to infill it. But using the county programs to do that. Again, staff is suggesting support to that. It's not a piecemeal development. There is a piece left. That's the vacant piece there. We certainly would have loved to have that as part of this overall application, but it wasn't in the cards. But you know, we're not creating, you know, remaining pieces of land that can't ultimately be developed in a functional way. It is not piecemeal development, and staff is supportive of that as well. So let's talk about character and compatibility, and that's probably the biggest issue. And certainly, again, we have quite a few residents here in the audience, I think, that will want to discuss this as well. Character and compatibility are a variety of different things, but every single site is unique. But when we're talking about infill, that means it's infill for a reason, because there's things that are around it, and you have to try to work to design and come up with a plan that can function within the parameters of what's surrounding it. What's unique about this property is on the north side, adjacent to Fieldstone community, there's a 20-foot buffer, then there's a Lake Worth Drainage District canal, and then there's actually a 50-foot wide preserve property. That's not owned by us. That's owned actually by Thoroughbred Lakes. So this 50-foot wide swath of land that goes along the canal is actually full of vegetation, up to 70-foot tall vegetation, something that it's extremely dense. And so realistically, the development of housing on this property would be either not visible or very minimally visible from any of the residents in Fieldstone. We believe that. And I think that that's partially, one of the aspects of this plan that's unique. Same thing on the west side. This is now Thoroughbred. You've got at least 400 feet of separation from the nearest home to really the development area of the property. Their buffer will be providing buffering. There's a significant separation that can occur. Same thing on the south side with, this is the conceptual plan, not conceptual, actually, it's been submitted. We have a concurrent zoning application going through. This is the plan that we've received our first round of comments on. So, again, we're providing for a lake retention area on the south side to create additional separation on the south side as well, trying to compact our development internal to the site to minimize impacts to the residents around. Like I said, it's unique. There's an opportunity here as part of the zoning process, and I think that's why you saw some support with staff on the compatibility and character of the proposed development. Certainly public services, that was an issue that I've heard from some of the residents as well, and some of our outreach. Are these agencies, do they understand what you're proposing? Can it be supported? And it certainly can. They've all given their thumbs up to it as well. And traffic. I would expect that we'll talk some more about traffic as the morning goes on. The reality is that State Road 7 is an extremely busy corridor. We all understand that. You've got an intersection with our community to the north that I think I certainly believe 100% that they have issues getting out at certain times of the day. And I think that that's a conversation we've heard from them from day one when we've had this. We've done the traffic analysis for the 3.5D. County supported it. We have a DOT letter. We've been talking with them about make sure our driveway works with the proposed intensity. We have their approval. The traffic study for the zoning side is obviously in process. There's a lot of work still to be done there. They're asking to analyze some intersections. And I think all that flows back to what the community has concerns about. We're willing to be a contributor to solving those problems if there are solutions and there's really a demand or a need for something to be solved there. So I only got a couple minutes left, so I'm going to try to tie this down. Talking about conditions of approval. So the county suggested 5 different conditions of approval. I want to talk about the first one, number 1. It has to do with the density. So the density, the suggestion is that we go to 178 units. So that's a reduction of approximately, I think it's 14 units from where we stand today. And how that comes to be is that, again, there is part of our application is asking for 100% workforce bonus density. And at the bottom here, you can see we are asking for basically 81 workforce units, and then that relates to 49 workforce housing units to get produced. Part of the concept was we understanding the needs and the expectations and the pressure that has been, accentuated across every level of application and residential is workforce housing, bring them to the market, build them on site, make it reality. That's what we thought was the appropriate thing to do. So we asked for 100%. Staff is suggesting that we go to 80%. And so it reduces the number of workforce units. It reduces the density a little bit to that 178 unit count that is in the condition of approval. How that comes to be, there's a point system. All right, and that point system was vetted out through the Board of County Commission. So, how do you classify and provide points to determine what the appropriate workforce bonus density could be? So we landed at 24 points. 24 points happens to be 1 point away from a suggestion of 90% workforce bonus. And I don't want to speak for county staff, but I think if we had 25 points, they would have said 90%, not 80%. So It's a little bit of a gray area. It's not a specific code requirement. It's a point system for them to evaluate, for staff to evaluate and make a suggestion. If you see at the top, staff even indicates in their staff report, the board has the discretion to approve a lesser or greater density bonus not to exceed 100%. So it's a board discretion item. What we're suggesting is give us the opportunity to have that conversation with the board and keep that window open as we move forward. As for the other four, I'm happy to say, that we are in agreement with all the other conditions as far as purchasing the TDRs, doing the 25% workforce housing, and reducing the height to 3 stories. That's something we heard over and over and over from, I think, the residents and the communities we spoke to and staff. Lastly, we did have multiple meetings with
Sir,
the community.
Want to turn to staff now, if it's okay. I think
Absolutely.
you're going to have an opportunity
Appreciate the
to
time.
pick this up. Yeah.
And if there's,
Yeah.
after public comment, we certainly will love the opportunity to
I'm gonna call you back
clarify
up,
if anything
'cause I'm
comes
looking
back.
at some of the cards, so what you're talking about now, I'm going to give you a chance to respond to some of the public sentiments.
Great, appreciate it.
You got it.
Thank you, guys.
You got it. Staff, good morning.
And Francis Foreman with the Planning Division will be presenting this item.
Hopefully I can can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, just never know how tall I am. Good morning, Francis Form with the Planning Division. As we just heard, this is the Brentwood of Wellington Amendment. The total site is just a little under 10.25 acres. The site is located along the west side of State Road 7, just north of Lantana. The application is requesting a change from a variety of land uses to a high residential 8 units per acre and to delete conditions of approval for portions of the site that were previously approved for the development of a congregate living facility. The zoning application is requesting a change to multifamily residential zoning with additional density through the transfer of development rights and workforce housing programs for a total of 194 acres, or 94 units and 19 units per acre. This is a slide showing the site. The site outlined in red here is surrounded with single-family development to the north, south, and west with low residential 1 and 2 units per acre. Across the street to the east, there is low residential 3 and high residential 8 for a congregate living facility, as well as there is commercial and industrial along the State Road 7 corridor. As stated, the request for before the Planning Commission is the future land use amendment to change the site from predominantly high residential 8 units an acre, as well as commercial low with an underlying 2 and 8 units per acre to high residential 8 units an acre for 82 units. The concurrent zoning application is requesting the purchase of an additional 31 units through the Transfer Development Rights Program, additional workforce housing bonus of 82 units for a total of 194. The use on the site will consist of multifamily apartments. The proposed density is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The site is located within the urban-suburban tier and located along a major arterial roadway. The proposed bonus density is also consistent with the comprehensive plan. The proposed purchase of the 32 TDRs meets Comprehensive Plan Policy 24B, which requires these units be purchased. The request furthers the provisions of workforce housing by including 42 workforce housing units as on-site rentals. However, although the proposed request meets the Comprehensive Plan Policy, staff is recommending the following conditions: that the 80% bonus density be based on the point system be used instead of the 100% being requested, and also capping the number of units to 178, consistent with previous staff recommendations requiring the full purchase of available TDRs, requiring 25% on-site workforce housing, that the structures be limited to 3 stories, and that the proposed future land use amendment and zoning be adopted on the same date. Staff notified area HOAs and residents within 500 feet. On March 29th, we held an informational meeting with 11 area residents in attendance. Participants asked questions related to the proposed density, the amendment, the zoning being considered for adoption concurrently, and the previous approval on the site. There have been multiple correspondence received, and these are located at your seats. Therefore, staff is recommending approval with modifications. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a number of persons who'd like to speak on this item. I'm going to call four names. as I call your name, the first two people I call, please come to, I guess, the podium that's to my right, most of your left. The first speaker, the second speaker, please go to the podium that's to my left and to the right of most of you. After the first speaker is done, the third person I call, just come on, walk on up when you're ready and begin your three to speak. And then the fourth person, please follow the second person's name that I'm about to call. So the first four speakers are as follows: Jason Biro, I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. Thank you. Yves Duplan. And then after Mr. Biro, Ms. Suzanne Goldberg, please come to the podium to my right. And after Mr. Duplan, Luis Nunez, please follow Mr. Duplan. 3 minutes. Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Jason Biro. I'm a 17-year resident in the community. I'm 12-year HOA board member in Fieldstone. I am here representing myself as well as my community and my neighbors. This really is about the massive increased density ask of this builder, or any builder for that matter. In context, they're asking to put 194 homes in a 10-acre property, parcel in between two established residential communities, meaning Fieldstone and help me out here, guys. Thoroughbreds, I'm sorry. Also in context, across the street, there is already a 204 apartment complex on 37 acres with 154 workforce housing units. In context, again, it's a 6-to-1 ratio across the street to a 19 or even a 17-to-1 ratio with either proposal. 13 years ago, an ordinance was put in place to protect this property. As mentioned, it was for a CLF, which we all support, by the way. We think it would make a wonderful addition to the community. It clearly states that if the CLF was not to be built on there, that it would revert back to LR2. The developer is asking you to delete that. I consider myself a very good neighbor. That's not a good ask. That's not a good neighbor to come into this community and ask to delete something that's there to protect us, protect the community, all of us. I want to read something from the comprehensive plan of Palm Beach. It is the goal of Palm Beach County to recognize the diverse communities within the county and implement strategies to create and protect quality, livable communities respecting the lifestyle choices for current residents. That is very powerful. Let's not make those just words. Let's back those up. For any builder that's trying to come in and overdevelop, we're all impacted by that. Let's support that. That's there to help us. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Yves Duplan. I'm a homeowner and resident of Fieldstone. I've been a resident and owner of Fieldstone for 15 years. I've seen the community grow in the past 15 to 17 years. I understand the growth. I understand the need for new development in the area. What we are contesting is not development. What we're contesting is the density of the development. As Jason pointed out, most of the communities around are single family homes. We do have an apartment complex across the street of 204 units. In the past 10 years, our main concern has been traffic. As stated by the developer himself, State Road 87 is a very, very, very busy street. If we're adding 194 units, and they're suggesting 2 cars per unit, we're adding 388 cars in a 1 mile stretch. We have in total, with the addition of this community, we'll have over 2,000 cars that are using that little stretch. There are 2 intersections that are meaningful to us at Fieldstone. We are right down in the middle of the intersection of Lantana and State Road 84 and 50th Street and State Road 84. We are exactly 0.4 miles from each. So the possibility of us of having a light right in front of our community is basically nil. We're adding 400 cars that are going to use that intersection. Their entrance is less than 100 yards from our entrance, meaning they're going to build a turning lane right in front of our community, which means the people leaving our community will be hindered on turning into 441. Their community will not have access from the south to turn into their complex. They will have to turn in front of our community, so they'll have to make a U-turn in front of our community. We already have issues turning north on 441. We have issues turning into our community from 441 south. Adding this traffic will be extremely dangerous. We've had quite a few accidents, a lot of near misses in the past couple of years. In the past 10 years, traffic has increased by 10% on 441 in the stretch between Lake Worth and Lantana. Between 2019 and 2020, that increase was 3.5%. We have a brand new community just north that is being built currently, 93 homes, single-family homes, that will add to that traffic. So if we now add another 94 units, it becomes an impossibility for us to even get into our community.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I love my neighbours, my ordinary, everyday people neighbours. They are teachers, first responders, medical workers, supermarket staff, and tradespeople. I also love my area. It has a unique character, not quite rural, not quite suburban, not quite like anything. We chose to live there. If we wanted to reside in a high-density environment, we would live in downtown West Palm Beach. The ordinance is in place to protect the area, allowing no more than 2 residences per acre. ANZCA is trying to change this to 19 per acre. By contrast, the density of the existing homes has been 2 to 3 per acre for the last 20 years. ANZCA is relying on the workforce housing program, which is intended to preserve community character, not change it. They're trying to say that the existing ordinance allows for up to 170 units, but fail to mention that those units are beds in an assisted living facility, not 2 and 3 bedroom apartments. Numerous studies have found that when rental apartments are built next to permanent residences, the property values go down and crime rates go up. Rental communities are transient. People move in and out. They have no ownership stake and therefore no reason to care about what happens to that location a year or 5 years from now. ANZCA says they will donate $46,000 to local schools. That sum is far less than the existing residents pay in our collective annual taxes. It is also roughly the same amount as the property devaluation they will inflict upon some of the adjacent homeowners. Findings in a 2019 study by Florida State University indicate that all of us will experience tens of thousands of dollars in decreased home value. While our values decline, our overheads will increase. We'll need more security. All the extra water runoff will make us susceptible to flooding, and our insurance premiums will go up. There will be tax hikes to upgrade the infrastructure, which cannot handle so many people in that tiny area. The costs will be passed on to us. While ANZCA makes money, we will hemorrhage it. We're not the rich guys. Does the owner of ANZCA want a high-density rental complex outside his bedroom window? Please let me know when he buys the land next door and asks you to rezone it. For hundreds of families, this will inflict financial hardship, displacement, and potentially the need for government assistance and workforce housing for us, for ourselves. As the project unleashes a slew of daily problems for the existing residents, many will feel that they are being forced out. Others will be trapped by devalued or underwater homes with no way to make up the difference, let alone afford a comparable home. It will render us unable to maintain our current standard of living. Are you trying to push people into workforce housing? Because that's where this is headed. Every current resident in the adjacent neighbourhoods will be negatively impacted by this. And who benefits? A wealthy property developer who thinks he can just buy everyone off. Prove him wrong. Prove to all Palm Beach County residents and voters that you represent the ordinary, everyday people who live here, not some greedy corporation. I implore you to please listen to your constituents. Thank you.
Good morning.
density. Density is the name of the game. Currently, the applicant's trying to put in a change for the commercial property to a high-end residential lot. There's really no precedence for that along the 441 corridor. Everything is low residential. Second, you got the existing CLF approval, which we've already stated, has, if it doesn't get built, it's supposed to revert back to a low residential. Yet somehow, the staff's okay in recommending this. Another item would be the workforce housing program. Clearly, when you go after more than 50% on the website, it states the program's in place to preserve the quality and character of existing communities. How is that possible when two communities are wrapped around it? Yet the staff is still supporting it. At the end of the day, it's just about the numbers. The current property as it sits is only supposed to have 25 units, which is about 2.5 acres, 2.5 units per acre. The applicant wants to go in for 194 units, which is almost 19 units per acre. And yet the staff is recommending 178 units, which is just under 18 units per acre, which is more than 6 times the density than it should be on there. All these facts are very clear that, at least to me and most of everybody else, that either the comprehensive plan is broken as we know it and needs to be revisited, or the staff needs to be retrained on what planning and zoning is for to protect the community and the environment. Either case, it's probably both, but it's very clear that this project shouldn't even have gotten to this point. Please support us and oppose this project, as it's not for the betterment of your community, because you're part of the community. Thank you for your time.
Members of the public, if you wouldn't mind holding your applause, we'd appreciate it. We understand you all are very impassioned about this, but please, if you wouldn't mind holding your applause, we'd appreciate it so that we can progress through the remainder of the agenda. The next 4 speakers are as follows: Kelly Lopez, Nadine Kirby, and then Kevin McAlvin, and Richard Pye. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Lopez. I live in Thoroughbred Lake as well. I will not take my full 3 minutes, but just simply restate to you what you've already heard so eloquently, that in making decisions for housing in our county, that it is your responsibility to preserve, not change, the community character, to respect the lifestyle choices of current residents that you represent, like us, and preserve the quality and the character of our existing communities. Please oppose this proposal to protect these factors. Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm also a Thoroughbred Lakes resident. My name is Nadine Kirby. I can't possibly reiterate what everybody has already said. I don't want to repeat what everybody has already said. My concern is the runoff of all the water. Our community gets a little bit flooded, sometimes a lot flooded. We're worried about a big hurricane coming through. What's going to happen with all of that? When that's raised up and all of that water runs off, it's going to impact us. We're going to be impacted in many ways through traffic, every way you can imagine. Our quiet communities are going to be upset by this 4-story, 194-unit building that's going to be put up. And there's no guarantee that they're not going to sell it a year from now after they've made their money and they leave. Who's going to do all that upkeep? They're going to sell it to other investors, and what's going to happen is all that's going to change. All these amenities and things that they're trying to sell to the public is not reality. You talk about, they told us that they would want people that had made $100,000 or more. But anybody that makes $100,000 or more is buying a house. They're not renting an apartment. So I don't know how that's going to work. I'm just going to stop here and just ask you all to listen to what everybody has said, because they said it so much better than I could. And I just implore you to oppose it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Kevin McGalvin, Thoroughbred Lakes also. The developer speaks about the need for more housing. Let's make no mistake about it. This is not about the developer caring about people living in any community or living where they are. It's all about profits. They're in business to make profit. That's all they want. I agree. We all go to work. We all want to make some money. Not a problem. But to make the money on the backs of the homeowners that currently live there, our values of our homes will drastically go down. That's a proven fact. There's been studies been done about that. The value will decrease. He talks about the space between. There's 400 feet and 150 feet in this space all the way across. One of the spaces is, you'll see it right there, is a lake, a big wide open lake. That's like building a building on the other side of a big football field and saying, oh, there's space, nobody can see it. No, you can see it. I mean, people that wear glasses can see right across. These buildings they're talking about are 4 stories high. I heard him just mention a few minutes ago about trees 70 foot high. I don't know where he got his ruler. I've never seen a 70-foot high tree over there. These buildings are so much higher than telephone poles. There's not even, the buildings are that high. The trees are not. If they plant trees, it takes 20. I'm trying to grow a bush on my backyard. I'm throwing fertilizer, and the damn thing ain't growing. I mean, it don't happen. It doesn't grow overnight. We're talking 30, 40, 100 years before those trees get as high as the building. And yet he thinks that's okay. No, you can see the buildings. There's open lakes. I ask, please keep this as a single-family development housing area. There's housing across the street going up. There's buildings, no more homes going up over there. There's housing over there. There's apartments over there. Trying to squeeze that much housing in 10 acres. 10 acres is not that big. You can't squeeze that much housing into there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Elias Guadalupe, James Ditzer, John C. Bulk, and Angela Lipson. After you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. Like all my neighbors have said, and we're all concerned, I'm from Thoroughbred Lakes. I've grown up in the area the last 30 years, work in the county as a first responder. My biggest concern is the density, the amount of people that are going to be in our area, and the level of hazards and safeties that we already have on our streets. You know, as a young family, I moved to Thoroughbred because I love the area. I've driven past that area for the last 30 some odd years, and I've seen the growth. I'm not asking for, you guys to never develop on it. I know living in Palm Beach County as long as I have, the development is there. The amount of impact that we're going to do to our neighborhoods and to our communities and to our children is what I'm afraid of. To put an apartment complex in between 2 well-established residential neighborhoods, I think is unfair on us. Being on 441, I see a lot of accidents, and the men and women that work for Palm Beach County and the Sheriff's Office, they're out there all day. They're busy. To add another 194 units, they're going to be even more busier. I come to you as a safety aspect on this whole thing. I think it's kind of foolish to want to cram that many people into that tiny little of an area. I think it could be used in a better, suitable for, townhomes or single-family homes, but I just feel the need to stack an apartment complex, like I said, in between 2 well-established neighborhoods is unfair on everybody. And that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Elias Guadalupe. I am a deputy sheriff with the Broward County Sheriff's Office, and I moved up to Thoroughbred Lakes in 2016 because Broward County has become the new Miami-Dade County as a result of overdevelopment. I've seen it myself. I've patrolled areas where there were single-family homes, Coral Springs, Coconut Creek, beautiful cities that are completely just in disarray because of the overdevelopment. The promise of luxury homes, the promise of amenities, resort-style amenities, that lasts for a couple years, and as soon as the investors, again, when they make their money, they move on to the next community to destroy. Because all those communities then they devolve into low-income, it's almost a transient type of deal where now they're begging, for officers to be in those communities to help curb the crime that's happening in those residential areas. And it's affected everyone, and I think the same thing is going to happen here. It's going to affect every resident of Thoroughbred Lakes and Fieldstone. And as they've said before, I can't say it any better. It's unfair to us as homeowners. We've chosen to buy property there, to live in a community that is good to raise families. I've got a young daughter, and I want her to live in a community that's going to be safe for her. I want my family to be safe at home. I want their schools to be safe. And when you overdevelop, you take good schools and they turn to bad schools. You take the traffic situation, all that stuff happens, and it just goes on a downward trend. So as the commission, as we speak to you here today, you're our voices. We can come up here and we can speak, but you guys have the final say. Listen to the community. Listen to your constituents. Listen to us. It's our community together, and we need to make it better. We don't need to, these companies to come in and make their money and then split. That's what they're doing. They're not doing these things in their communities. They're not doing these projects where they live because they wouldn't want that. But they want to come and make money here, and they promise, everything, pie in the sky. And that's not what they're going to deliver. When these things go up, they devolve into something that was not intended, and it affects us all. So please, be our voice. Be our voice, listen to us, and oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Jim Pitzer. I'm a resident of Thoroughbred Lakes Estates for 11 years now. I just want to read one thing again that I think that you guys hopefully hear us. It's the goal of Palm Beach County to recognize the diverse communities within the county, to implement strategies to create and protect quality, livable communities, respecting the lifestyle choices of current residents, future generations, and visitors, and to promote the enhancement of areas in need of assistance. I'll point out that nobody here is against growth, but we are for planned, sustainable growth versus greed. What do I mean by planned, sustainable growth? Well, there was a strategic plan in place when the parcels of land were assigned zoning classifications. That strategic plan was for sustainable growth. Sustainable growth that does not overwhelm the services that are currently in place, such as safety, law enforcement, fire protection, education, health, and transportation. The developer is asking you to change this from a multi-family project with 194 units. Now we hear 178, so it's changed. On 10.22 acres, from the current zoning of 2 units per acre to 8 units per acre, an increase of 400%. That is not planned sustainable growth by any means. Developer spoke of affordable housing, but in their presentation to us, their housing started at $2,500 per unit. I don't think that's affordable, and I don't think that's sustainable. The last thing I'll leave you with is the last one of the things that he said when we talked about traffic. The developer said there's a demand and need of work in that aspect. They're recognizing right now that we have a problem with traffic, and they're asking you to approve it before they solve it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Angela Lipson, resident of Thoroughbred Lakes, and I'm not a public speaker, but I feel strongly about this issue. So
Ms. Lipson, would you mind coming closer to the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Angela Lipson, resident of Thoroughbred Lakes, and I'm not a public speaker, but I feel strongly about this issue, so that is why I'm here. The land that is between Thoroughbred Lakes and Fieldstone should not be rezoned for a large apartment complex. The land was not meant to be zoned for a large apartment complex for a reason that it shouldn't be. It is between two quiet single-family home communities that would be directly affected by the change in community character. A decrease in safety due to such proximity to a large apartment complex, as well as community and property devaluation. Residents move into smaller communities for safety, as we did, and we know that our safety would be compromised by having a large apartment complex in such close proximity. It is not the right place to build a large apartment complex. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. John C. Bulkey, are you present, sir? Okay. Yeah. Either one now. Yes.
Good morning. I am a resident of Thoroughbred Lakes. The corner right there, the southwest corner, is where my home is. It's less than 400 feet, or it's about 400 to 500 feet from where they're proposing their project. I'm here to speak about a couple of different things. When they had their townhome meeting with us, they said there was a shortage of these type of housing projects. Well, I took a ride around the neighborhood. Within a 10-mile radius, you have Mariposa Apartments on Hypoluxo and Lyons. You have Town Commons townhomes just built on Lyons, north of Hypoluxo. You have Andalusia two-story apartments on Lyons Road and 42nd. Apartments in front of the Gulfstream Preserve at Lyons Road, just south of Lake Worth Road. Sandalwood east of Lyons on the south side of Lake Worth Road. That's still being built. The Fields south of Lake Worth Road, just west of the Turnpike, and then Wellington Club, formerly Woodwind, the apartment complex. There's plenty of apartment complexes already in place on much larger pieces of property than 10.2 acres. Another issue that I have is safety aspect. I worked for Palm Beach County Fire Rescue for 30 years. I'm retired, been retired for 10 years. I purchased that house just after retirement. Safety portion, I pulled a little record from the legal liaison of Palm Beach County. And I just asked two simple questions to give me some data. So from 4/1 of 2020 to 3/31 of 2021, there were, and I just asked for two simple things, medical calls and traffic accidents on 441 between Lake Worth Road and Lantana Road. Okay, so the number of medical calls was 87 calls. The number of car accidents were 38 calls, and that was in that first year. The year from 4/1/2021 to 3/31 of 2022, there were 105 medical calls. There were 59 traffic accidents. That's an increase of 31.2% in just those two little snippets of information along 441. That's not including all the other additional medical calls and, from addresses in that surrounding area. You guys have approved that housing project that's going next to what used to be the Woodwind Apartments and is now Wellington Club Apartments. Other developer sold that property. You approved that housing development there. I understand that currently there's a request for 113 homes adjacent to Legend Lakes, which is on the east side of 441, south of Lake Worth Road. Another major housing project.
Thank you, sir. We have 10 public comment cards from persons who do not wish to speak. The first one is from Beaky Coley. She opposes agenda item 3A1. Please reconsider traffic concerns in front of Fieldstone. Brentwood residents would be required to make a U-turn in front of Fieldstone if they are coming from the south in order to get in their development. This intersection is already flooded with residents from apartments across the street. Alejandra Acosta opposes this item as well. She's of Lake Worth. She just simply says she's not in favor. Kathy Jean Pinchick, also of Lake Worth, opposes this agenda item. I oppose this development Brentwood by ANSCA Homes for the following reasons. Density. They are asking the county to combine and rezone properties, taking an area currently zoned for 25 to 76 dwellings to 194 dwellings. They are capitalizing on two county programs, workforce housing program and transfer of development rights. This density is just too much. Incompatibility. Thoroughbred Estates in Fieldstone are two established low residential single-family communities surrounded by acres and homes and other single-family communities. Adding a high-density apartment complex in the middle of two established single-family home communities is not compatible and will harm our communities, which is not what the workforce housing program was intended for. Please vote this project down, please. It is an infill site and does not belong in this corridor. It will create massive traffic issues, and a traffic light has not been approved. Jessica Smith Williams is also of Lake Worth. She opposes this agenda item and simply wants that to be known. Peter Simpson opposes this item as well, and he states there are no other four-story buildings in the area. There is already a rental complex in front of Fieldstone. The traffic coming in and out of Fieldstone is already dangerous. No need for another rental complex. We were told there would be other single-family homes, not apartments. Genevieve Simpson, also of Lake Worth, opposes this item. We invested heavily in our homes intending to enjoy a certain lifestyle, which is now threatened by this project. This project will bring our property values down. We will lose our privacy, and the traffic with an additional 400 cars will be more dangerous than current. Okay. Mr. Martin, we're prohibited from accepting cars once the presentation start, or? I mean, I'm fine with Mr. Martin.
Not prohibited, it's within your discretion.
Okay. Yeah. Generally, we do like to have all cars before the conclusion of the presentations, Mr. Martin, but I did see that you were kind of late arriving, so if you'd like to speak on this item now, please submit your card, and then we'll give you your 3 minutes, okay?
Did you submit the card?
The ones that I have for you are for later agenda items, so I don't know if maybe you were...
Okay, do you want me to submit the card first? Or?
In any event, go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Okay.
I'll go back and look.
Drew Martin, I'm here on behalf of the Loxahatchee Group of the Sierra Club. I appreciate you allowing me to speak. I mean, the basic problem going on right now is that we've lost the planning. I mean, we had a plan, and now we're just kind of going at this, piece by piece, rather than having a plan. I mean, what I've suggested is the County Commission wants to change everything in the Ag Reserve. They need to go back and workshop this. I mean, there's huge density problems out there. If you're going to add density here, are you going to take it away somewhere else? How are you going to compensate? Because you clearly have a traffic problem out there. You have a question of whether there's going to be a drainage problem. I mean, we're looking at, adding more and more concrete. And you also have to look at a quality of life issue. People moved out there because they thought they had been given a guarantee that there was a limit to the amount of density that would be built. And if right now what's happening is we're just seeing all this kind of nickel and diming of the comprehensive plan out there, rather than going back. And what the County Commission needs to do is go back, reevaluate this whole thing. If they're going to add density in places, they need to take it away in other places. They need to reevaluate the environmental impacts, the traffic impacts. I mean, traffic out there is absolutely terrible. And then what's going to happen if they move forward with this land swap? And they add, 1,600 homes in another area, in an area that's guaranteed on State Road 7 to be conservation? I mean, this is going to become a nightmare. This is a nightmare for people that invested their money and property out there, and there's no protection for them. So I think that we need to go back and we need to look at the planning. If we need to change things, then if we're going to add density in one place, let's take it away from somebody else. Right now, you have the Lake Worth Drainage District allowing density because of a question in their ability to build use conservation on canal right-of-ways. We have GL Homes asking for a huge land swap to bring density in from another part of the county. And this is all, none of this has been resolved. This is how this is going to play out because we've lost the notion of planning. We're no longer planning. We're just letting developers come in and nickel and dime the ag reserve. And that's the problem. So we're asking you, at this point, I don't see how you can improve this until you know the big picture. Thank you.
Mr. Martin, I have a question for you. Your public comment card said that you oppose 3B1. Are you going to be speaking on 3B1 as well, the Ag Reserve Multifamily FLU text?
If you allow me, yes.
Oh, I just want to add 3A1 to this one so you don't have to submit an additional card.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your kindness.
No problem.
I really appreciate that.
Sure
Thank
thing.
you so much.
All right, so continuing on with those who did not want to speak but want to comment on 3A1. Deborah, I believe this is Janishevsky, and if it is not and you're watching, please accept my apologies. But in any event, Deborah opposes 3A1, and she says that the workforce housing project is supposed to preserve the quality of life of existing communities. This project will diminish ours by adding traffic, crowding schools, taking away our privacy and security. We understand the importance of this project, but this is not the correct location. Catherine Noel, and Deborah, by the way, is a Lake Worth resident. Catherine Noel is also of Lake Worth. She opposes this item and says that it poses safety issues. Our entry gates aren't sufficient for high-density apartment complex next door. Traffic already an issue. Location makes U-turns necessary. Area can't support hundreds more people. Accidents will be imminent. Invasion of privacy. Apartment complex will look right into our windows as it is virtually over our backyard and high enough to view in our windows. Invasive parking lot lights next to a peaceful single-family home community. Elizabeth Lauer, also of Lake Worth, opposes this agenda item. The possible number of people and vehicles, 400 plus, will impact the enjoyment of our homes and safety and security our community. Rental apartments always devalue the residential communities surrounding them. The volume of units proposed is more than can be fit into the small location, especially while in such close proximity to our homes. Sean Smith Williams, also of Lake Worth, opposes this item. Keep current zoning of the units. And last but not least, Maria E. Ferrero, also of Lake Worth, opposes this item, and she states the proposed apartment complex is 4 stories high. This does not reflect or preserve the quality and character of our local community. The nearest 4-story apartments are near the Wellington Mall, which is clearly not a single-family neighborhood. Palm Beach County's workforce housing program, which the developer is relying on for the project, is meant to preserve community character, not change it. At this time, I want to give the applicant 5 minutes to come and respond to the public comments, after which time, if staff wishes to reply to any of the comments made by the public, you can do so as well. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Again, Brian Terry, for the record. So I look, I understand it's a complicated issue that, again, the idea of density and infill and compatibility. I think that, we recognize that it's a process of not just simply land use and density, but it's a process of site planning and zoning. And I think that's why the expectation from staff is that we do things concurrently, which is what we're doing. We've already committed to the fact that we're going to reduce height down to 3-story, then work with the density and the concept and the plan to deal with a lot of the issues that were raised related to compatibility. This is, again, you've got two forces pushing against each other where there's really a significant demand, and you've got opportunities like this that remove pressure from ag reserve or other locations where you're seeing the pressure being pushed when you have an opportunity to infill where there's already a location for it. Traffic is, we heard a lot of traffic. I think that, again, that's part of the zoning process. We have a separate zoning traffic study going through. I think there's some additional analysis that staff has requested of us. But, we're within the thresholds of what's permitted and what's required doing a land use application. If there's specific design aspects and improvements that may have to come to the forefront as we go through the zoning process, we will engage with that. We'll continue to do that. I've actually, I committed to Mr. Bureau that I would meet with him and we'll take our traffic engineer. We want to watch it. We want to see it in the morning. We want to see it in the afternoon, understand it better. I would certainly even, if county was wanting to look at it as well. We're there to try to help solve a problem if there really truly is a problem. I think that, again, there's a significant demand. There's an opportunity here. We want to, like I said, I told them, now that we've committed to the 3-story, I think we feel comfortable that we can start to rework that plan, bring that back to the residents, show them again as we go towards the Board of County Commission and transmittal, and we have an opportunity to evolve those plans. We'll continue to meet with them and show them where we're moving with it, trying to mitigate those concerns that are being raised. We are proposing a nice community. We're providing a need that the county has. We can create workforce housing units in a location that's significantly underserved compared to many other locations in the county. It checks the box. It makes a lot of sense across the board. So, again, appreciate your consideration. Want to take our traffic engineers here to answer any questions as well. Scott Backman, Land Use Council, is here as well. So anything that we can do to answer any further questions, we're here for it.
Thank you. Staff, do you have any follow-up?
Sure.
Okay.
So I did just want to point out that staff doesn't take lightly when we make recommendations on these projects, and we definitely understand the concerns of residents. It's a challenge throughout the county where it's not the days where there's just large green fields and new developments coming in that isn't adjacent to or near existing residents. This is going to continue. We're receiving more and more future land use amendment applications. We're a growing county. I did just want to point out with respect to the HR 8 on this site, we are one of the few local governments to have a managed growth tier system. This is within the urban-suburban tier. This is one of the future land use designations that's allowable. The reason we included the conditions that we did, including the 3 stories, you saw the unit reduction. That, again, that's based on our point scale. So we do take compatibility into concern. And then if there's any other specific questions, I just wanted to point that out.
Okay. So at this time, we'll open it up to the commission to pose questions to staff for the applicant. Commissioner Ruff.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. To the planning director or Ms. Gregory, for the purpose of the people who are here, could you explain this process of concurrent planning and zoning and how that affects both the process and what you see, whether it's supposed to be more efficient and the possible outcomes? Thank you.
Absolutely, and that's a great question. And it's especially critical as we're seeing more of this infill development, because if we were to just assign the future land use designation change today and we didn't have that condition for concurrent, we wouldn't have the assurances of what that project may look like and what the specific impacts to the surrounding neighbors would be. So that's why you see this regularly now, where we have a condition that the rezoning and future land use adoption occur at the same Board of County Commissioners hearing. So that way, when a decision's being made to change the future land use, we can see the specific details and what implications they may be so that it can be addressed holistically.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Therefore, there were times over my years on this commission where we were told, at the time sitting as a planning commission, no, don't speak about those issues, don't ask about those issues, because those will come up later at zoning. Therefore, is it more appropriate now, if we do have some of what I'm going to call the nuts and bolts issues of zoning, to bring it up at a hearing like this when there's concurrency?
Sure, you could, yeah, you can, again, before us today isn't the site plan. We're not today on the zoning side. What I was referring to is that adoption hearing, because there'll be items that have to go to zoning commission, but there will be at that adoption hearing. But there's nothing precluding from asking, again, we address compatibility in the staff report and the juxtaposition of buildings, the height, so that's all tying into site plan type issues.
I'm going to, Commissioner Cap, do you have any questions?
I did just want to take the chance to, every time we have thank you, Mr. Chair, for checking with me. Every time we have a lot of members of the public come, I feel like there's some confusion about the process. And in particular, I heard one gentleman saying, you guys have the final vote. And I want to make it clear that that is not true, that this is an advisory board. So I wondered if I could ask staff to very briefly, just for the benefit of the people in the room, provide guidance about how our role as the Planning Commission works, and then the final stop at the County Commission, because I don't think folks understand.
Sure, and that's a great clarification point. And I actually did want to mention that as well, that again, there's no final decision being made today. You're making a recommendation as the county's LPA or local planning agency. That's a requirement of Florida statute that for land use change decisions that a local planning agency as a recommending body provide that recommendation to the elected body or the Board of County Commissioners here. So when this is before the Board of County Commissioners, is it May 4th, they have, a summary of the discussion here, what the motion was, any input or suggestions that the board has. But again, this is a advisory board to the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Fisher, do we have any other commissioners who have joined on WebEx since we initially did the roll call?
Marcia Hayden and John Carr have joined.
Commissioner Hayden, do you have any questions for the applicant or staff?
No, I don't have a question for the applicant or staff, but I do want to point out that I do live in the area that's being discussed, and I sympathize with the residents of Thoroughbred and Fieldstone, and personally, and my neighbors and I are impacted by everything that the residents of those two communities have spoken about. I am concerned, though, that I've been on this commission for quite a while, and developers always come and talk about workforce housing, and they're going to do all of this with workforce housing and workforce apartments. And in the end, when the buildings are done, we never get those. So, I'm like flabbergasted again right now, but will not be voting in support of this.
Please hold your applause. Commissioner Carr, do you have any questions for the applicant or staff?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I want to turn to the right. Do we have any questions? Commissioner Bras, Commissioner Groman, Commissioner Pompey, do you have a question for staff or the applicant? Okay, Commissioner Bras first, please.
First of all, I'd like to say I'm really disheartened in the fact that in 2005, this got the approval for a CLF. And in that language, the county put out there and said, if it doesn't become a CLF, it's going to go right back to 2 units to the acre. How can staff really support this when you already put the language in there and says, yes, the CLF got approved and it can't go back to the LR2? I find that very frustrating, especially for, I'm sure, all the people that were watching back in 2005 during that approval process. I think it's very, very sad. My next question is, how much is a TDR now, today? How much do they have to pay for a TDR?
I think Maria Bello with the planning division isn't here, not to put her on the spot. I'm not sure of that unit price off the top of my head.
She's coming.
Hello. Okay, for a multifamily unit, the full price is $24,500. Any of those, a third of those need to be provided as workforce, and the price of those is 5% of that, so $1,200, $1,225.
So the county is allowing another unit if it's under the first workforce housing unit for $1,200?
The project will have a workforce obligation.
Right.
And in addition to that, the transfer of development rights component has a workforce obligation. Those TDRs that are workforce will be at the $1,200 price.
Okay, so not only are we dealing with workforce housing, but we're also dealing with the TDRs. Will we ever run out of TDRs? I mean, where are we finding all these? I know it's conservation areas and whatnot, but are we ever going to hit the bottom of the barrel so we don't have to add density through TDRs?
The Transfer of Development Rights Program has two sources for development rights. One is the bank, which, as you mentioned, is stocked with development rights removed from environmentally sensitive lands purchased by the county. The balance is in somewhere in the neighborhood of 7,000 units, let's say, currently. The other source is the potential for private transfers from properties that the county would like to see preserved. There has only been one of those transfers in the entire history of the Development Rights Program, but that is a potential source. So will we run out? It would depend on what happens with both of those.
So when the county purchases a piece of property and it has units on it, why does the county have to give units away from that piece of property? Why can't they look at the quality of life and just let the units disappear?
That was a policy decision of the board at the time that the program was set up. The intent was to encourage a transfer of density from these properties that were desired to be preserved to be used in the urban-suburban tier, which is the only place where transfer development rights can be received.
All right, thank you. And my last question is, we already have 204 apartments right across the street with 57 workforce housing units in it. And it is on the other side of 441. But for this to be so close to single-family homes, and workforce housing was supposed to be set up for firefighters, police officers, teachers. We had 2 firefighters come and speak today, and we had a police officer come and speak today. So they're the ones that are actually buying these single-family homes. Don't you think we're shooting ourselves in the foot by just saying it's all for firefighters and teachers?
Please hold your applause, guys.
This
Please hold your
workforce
applause.
housing thing is just, I think it's a nightmare. Thank you.
Commissioner Gorman.
Yes, I have a quick question for the applicant, if he could come up. So, I know that you displayed on the screen, although it's not in my package, you have a 3.5D letter from Palm Beach County Traffic.
Correct.
Is that a conditional letter? And explain to me, and I also noticed that there's a lot of ROW in front of this property. Is there a plan for a deceleration lane? And what is is there a proximity issue with regards to signalization of some sort? I'm going to follow up with traffic on that, but I'd like to know whether or not there's enough distance for a traffic light. I'd like to know whether there's a deceleration lane, and I'd like to know whether your 3.5D letter has got some sort of conditions, because it looked like a long letter on the screen, but I couldn't read it from this distance.
Sure. I'm looking at the 3.5D letter, and there is not a condition associated with that. I believe it's just compliance with the 3.5D requirement. That we meet those thresholds. As far as the deceleration lane, yes. So as part of our FDOT pre-approval for the driveway, does require a deceleration lane that can be constructed between ourselves and the Fieldstone entrance. It's not impactful. It will not extend to their community for a right turn into our community.
So it would seem to me, and I can't tell from the map, that is there a turn lane? Is there a dedicated turn lane into Fieldstone?
Yes, so there's if you're going northbound, is that what you're asking?
Northbound. So basically what you have is a situation where your property is going to have an army of people making U-turns at a non-signalized interchange. And the question is, can you signalize that? Have you talked to traffic about that?
I'll actually.
I mean, just because just because you weren't asked to do it doesn't necessarily mean you shouldn't.
No, we started the conversation. Actually, that was one of the very first things that the community's raised with us, was their concern about that intersection. So we did the counts. We frankly did them. I think it was the 3rd week in January, trying to maximize, making sure school's in session. All snowbirds were. We had sort of the peak condition to understand those volumes. I'd probably defer to county staff to say whether we meet the county's threshold for a traffic signal, but my understanding is that the volumes with our community added to it do not trigger that expectation.
Okay, and then the other question I had was concerning this reversion to the RL2. Is there some sort of recorded covenant or restriction or something? The assertion is that somehow the county waived some sort of requirement, and I'm not sure whether or not how that requirement was there. If someone could answer that for me.
I can take that. So it's a condition of approval from the previous ordinance. And so what it allows is the HRA can only be used for density for the purposes of calculating the CLF beds. So if a CLF was not developed, they could develop at 2 units per acre. And so the applicant is requesting to delete that condition.
Okay, and staff is okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, and then the other thing is that you put up a diagram of the proposed development.
Correct.
Was that the 4-story version or the 3-story version?
That's the 4-story version.
So that's not really even what you're going to wind up doing, right?
Well, that's what that's part of, I think, why staff's suggestion is that we need to make sure we're doing this concurrently. We're making a commitment to reduce the 3-story. We know we're going to have to rework that plan. And that's a function of the height and density. So we're gonna make those evaluations. We're gonna work within the confines of the code and develop a new plan that we can bring forward as we're gonna submit that. I think the next expectation is later this month when we would be submitting that plan. So that'll all happen prior to any transmittal and certainly before there's an opportunity to adopt, because we can't get to the Board of County Commission until we have a plan that is certified and meets the criteria of the code.
Is it your intent to have this as a gated entranceway?
It is, absolutely.
It doesn't show that on the map.
Yeah, we show it as gated on our plans, and we also have a perimeter fence around the entire property. And then, just to go back to the traffic conversation one last time, Scott reminded me, and it's something that we committed to the communities as well, that and when we started this, if it's warranted or even if it's something that can be achieved, we're willing to contribute to and pay for the construction of that traffic signal. And so that's something that we brought up from the very beginning. We certainly are going to continue to stand behind that commitment.
So, but as far as density is concerned, the 194 units, you're okay with the staff's downgrading that to 178 as far as their recommendation?
I mean, yeah, I think it's the staff's recommendation. I think that, our only point to that is that, it is board discretion. We understand that that's staff's suggestion. We understand that that's part of the recommendation. And I think we would accept that moving forward. We want to be able to continue the conversation with the board, though, and discuss if there is an opportunity or if it is their discretion or their desire to see up to the 100%, that we have that conversation with them. So again, yes, we're willing to agree with that. With again the caveat, we just want to have an opportunity, which we would still have, to have that conversation with the Board of County Commission.
And the concept of overlooking a lake, you had what's the distance from the rear portion through the lake? The nearest house is not 375 feet; it's like 30 feet.
You're talking about on the south side?
Yeah.
Yeah, the south side is a little bit different because obviously that's why. I'm sorry. We're talking that, that's those are approximate numbers of what we're proposing. Again, on the south side, just to the parcel boundary, essentially where the buffer is, the inside development area of the property, on the south is approximately 170, and then on the west side, it's approximately 400.
As a practice tip, it's somewhat disingenuous to do linear separations when you have those homes that are to the southwest.
Yeah. So one you're right. I mean, we need to, and actually that was one of the residents who specifically lived in those communities that we spoke to. I believe it was on Tuesday night. Asked me to kind of do an analysis and figure it out there. The reality, we prepared. We actually modeled this entire site. so that we could really kind of fly around and look in different locations to really understand what the view sheds would be, to understand whether 3 stories or 4 stories made a difference. I think that we definitely saw that on the west side, 4 stories becomes visible. It's probably not possible to screen 4 stories away from the west side, based on, again, I think one of the other gentlemen mentioned that you're looking at a lake and you've got trees in the distance and the 4-story shows. I think, that's part of what, that concern from staff. We can reduce those down to 3-story, and we think still eliminate the view shed of that. So, again, we're trying to work towards a position that we can, be as compatible as is appropriate here.
Okay, and then, so I'm going to shift now to county staff, to the traffic engineer. So what are your thoughts on what's the signalization proximity to this entranceway? Is there something is there a cutoff, or what are your thoughts on that?
For the record, I'm Dominic Samus, and I'm with the Traffic Division. Well, at this stage, I can't really speculate. The zoning application is currently under review, and there are outstanding issues that need to be addressed. So right now, I can't really speculate.
Okay. I'm posing that hypothetically. It's not necessarily what the residents want, but it is a possible solution. So, I thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Sure.
Do we have any questions from the commissioners on my left? Yes, Commissioner Sopik.
Sorry. Most of my questions have already been answered by the dialogue that's been here today. But just to clarify, the apartment complex across the way on the east side of 441, that is a current density of 6-to-1. Is that correct? I believe it was Woodland.
Yeah, it's about 6 units per acre. That's correct.
And dropping the proposal from 4-story to 3-story takes it from 19-to-1 down to
17.
17-to-1. Okay, very good. And all of the ingress and egress for this property is strictly onto 441. There's no other way in and out. Okay, that's and I think that's it. And then just one last question: that remaining parcel on what would be the southeast corner of the proposed development, is there anything in the pipeline in terms of proposal for development of that property at all?
No, for that commercial low parcel, there's no approvals or even proposals right now.
Okay, but that is owned by the same current ownership.
No, it's owned by someone else.
Oh, it is. Mm-hmm. Okay, and so that's also going to be cordoned off with wall fencing, et cetera. There'll be no contiguous, no traffic between those two properties.
I wouldn't anticipate that. No.
Okay. All right, I'm good. Thank you.
Commissioner Van, yes.
Just a couple of questions, and I understand with staff, because when you work for government, you understand 2005 and 2022, how things have changed in Palm Beach County. I mean, we all live in Palm Beach County, and we understand how things have changed and the pressure that you get. And I think the one question I had was, and let me understand this, in this tier, they can request this land use. And the reason that the condition was put on the approval for the CLF was because of, explain that to me again?
Well, prior to us creating the congregate living residential future land use in, I think it was 2017 or 2018, we would typically have either an institutional with an underlying density, or we would assign it the density that would calculate the beds needed. So that's how that came about. But now, because we have the CLR designation, it's a separate designation that doesn't require one of those flues.
No, I'm just trying to figure out, so you put the condition on there if it's not built to go back to the LA. I'm just trying to see, was it because you wanted to, if that wasn't built, you wanted single family, something else built there, or it was just a matter of the process and how you did it?
Right, well, it would require an additional analysis. We wouldn't have known what type of development they would have proposed, so 2 units per acre is what it had at the time, so we just left it at 2 units per acre.
Thank you.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
So you're telling me that before the CLF came for approval, it was 2 units to the acre, but because you wanted to make the CLF profitable, you raised it to 8 units to the acre, and then they are able to multiply that times 2.47 or something in order to get to the amount. So he's not really going from 8 units to the acre. I mean, this is an injustice. I'm sorry. He got the 8 units to the acre because he was doing a CLF. It was 2 units to the acre. It was not 8 units to the acre. So, this is scandalizing. I'm sorry. It is not 8 units to the acre. It was 8 units to the acre because it was a CLF. It needs to go back to what it was when it was before it was going to be that CLF.
Pieces of property.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from Commissioner Vinegar? Do you have any questions for staff or the applicant? Okay.
All my questions have been
Vice Chair
answered.
Siegel, any questions for staff or the applicant? All right. Commissioner Roth.
Thank you. My question is, has staff recognized, interestingly, that this proposal and the second proposal that's coming before us today are approximately the same? Of course, you've recognized this, but I have to put it in the form of a question. That we have approximately 10 acres in both cases that were previously approved for a CLR. You know where I'm heading on this. In both cases, we are being presented today with extremely high densities that simply do not exist in either area, both this one and the next proposal that we are going to entertain today. Both have come through this process of CLF to CLR to the underlying density to now a proposal for multi-dwellings, taking advantage legally of everything that's available in the county, bringing it to the extraordinarily high densities in both cases. I would expect staff has noted this. I need to say that so the public understands that these are not coincidences. Thank you.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion to either approve or deny this application.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would move to approve as amended by staff.
And I'll second that for discussion.
All right. So is there any discussion? We have a motion to approve pursuant to the recommendation with the conditions set forth in staff's report. Do we have any discussion? And the second was by Commissioner Groman.
I would like to start the discussion, Mr. Chair.
That's fine.
Thank you. I was a bit surprised and maybe a bit disappointed that I saw Mr. Martin, who is a lion of an advocate for the Sierra Club, come to the podium and denigrate the idea of putting additional housing in a place where there already is housing, when he knows, of course, how we have agonized to try to protect the agricultural reserve. And now here we are in a position where we could potentially put housing in a place that's already developed, in an infill lot that we could potentially protect. We could take people that would otherwise be in that ag reserve and put them in a place that's already got services, that's on one of the largest arterial roads in the county. I understand and empathize with everybody who came here as a homeowner. I hear you, and I want you to know that I empathize with your position as well. But forgetting about being homeowners as basic humans that live here in the county, we're trying to protect our environment and try to figure out where we can put people and where the animals and the flowers and the trees are going to live too. It's a terrible conflict and a dilemma for all of us. It would have been made more sense for me if Mr. Martin and the Sierra Club were standing behind the petitioner, and in the next, probably in the next one as well, because again, we need to find people. We need to find a place for people. When you go into your local Home Depot and there's no one to help you because they can't find people to hire, it's because they don't have a place to live. We're looking for a place to put those people. I understand your your disagreement, and I appreciate it, but I'm suggesting to you that those people need a place to live as well. Everybody doesn't want it in their backyard, I get it, but I am going to support this because I believe that there is a need, and this satisfies a need.
Mr. Chair.
Members of the audience, please refrain from commenting at this point. Do we have any other discussion from the commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Van.
Just one quick observation. I mean, we talk about density, and this is a dirty word sometimes. Again, that comes from my planning background and what I do for a living. So, you can take that same density and put it in a single-family development, and because it's spread out, but it could be the same density that you put in the multifamily development because it's all condensed down. So I just look at things a little differently in terms of density not necessarily being a dirty word. And second point of the fact is when you look at this case and the next case and CLFs and the difference between how we count beds toward density as far as units toward density, again, it's two totally different things with the beds, and that's why you can get a whole lot of more beds because how you look at it in terms of density for CLF and density for apartment complexes. So I just want to make that point in terms of how we look at density, and it's a dirty word in terms of that. I do believe that, and this goes back to the county and maybe I know the criteria some of they have for the roads and traffic lights and more for the traffic division. And I do believe that this would qualify, maybe not by the numbers, maybe not by the criteria that I've seen, but given you got the interests so close together, you're going to force them to do a U-turn to get back into the development because of not giving access to go across because of State Road 7. So, but again, that's something that the county and traffic needs to work out when they get to zoning to actually make this area safe for the three developments that's basically have interests and to their communities in close proximity to each other.
Commissioner Vinegar, do you have any questions or discussion?
No, thank
Okay.
you.
All right. I'll turn over to my right. Yes, Commissioner Gorman.
So I just wanted to also address the residents on a couple of matters, and those are
Commissioner, do you have discussion as to the motion on the floor?
yes, on the motion. I'm going to support the motion, and I wanted to address the residents in that regard. So it's been said, sort of as a conclusory matter of fact, that somehow multifamily reduces residential home values. First, and there's some study from the University of Florida, which I think is misquoted, but so I'm a professor at School of Urban and Regional Planning, at FAU University, adjunct professor. I've never seen a study that showed a situation like this where home values have actually decreased as a result of a multifamily project as such as this. And I also defer succinctly to staff's recommendations. But just to add to that, so I've lived in two single-family homes, which are both next to multifamily that was built either before or after. And the first home, I think I purchased for $238,000. And after the multifamily was put, or the multifamily was added, we eventually sold the home for $500,000, and the other home I purchased for $580,000, and that was sold for $1.2 million. So don't go that way, because I don't believe that statistics are there, and because housing is in such high demand. Somebody may be paying more rent than your mortgage in some instances, and those people aren't really, the phobia involved in this is, I think really not really founded in fact. And I'll give you an example of workforce housing and how it works. Not necessarily that applies directly to me. So my daughter's a graduate of FAU. She obtained her master's degree from Lynn University. She's a mental health counselor. Mental health counselors are important, just like police and fire and social workers and garbage men and people like that. They keep the fabric of society together. She makes $50,000 a year. She can't afford to live in a single family home, nor can she afford to buy one. But she can afford to live in a workforce housing unit, and she's really no threat to anybody. So I think that the stated position of the county commission has been to increase workforce housing. Very rarely do we get an opportunity, as Mr. Siegel said, where we have something of this nature come up where we have so many units which are going to be available. And that's my reason for supporting this. The arguments about traffic are excellent, and they should be pursued with the county commission or others, especially with signalization and deceleration lanes and buffers and gated entrances and things of that nature. But that's the reason for my supporting this moving forward, is because it's the right thing to do for what we need in the county, and it supports the mission of what the county commission wants. And again, defer to staff, because the staff knows what they're doing. They don't make stuff up. The staff is excellent at what they do, and they've come to the conclusion that this should be supported and recommended based on the policy of the county commission. So I will support this. Thank you.
Commissioner Pompey?
I agree with everything that Commissioner Groman said, and that is because I think staff has done an admirable job, and so has the developer, in working out the issues. So we have to put these people somewhere. They have to live somewhere. And some were asking earlier on about infill. This is infill. This is what happens with infill. It's the best possible use for that site. So thank you, staff. Thank you, developer. I'm in support.
Yes.
Thank you. I would love to be able to support this. I have no problem with multifamily dwellings, and on this side I have no problem with it. What I have a problem with is the density. People have heard me for a very long time talk about what I call double dipping. It's almost become triple dipping in terms of increasing density in Palm Beach County. The very best of intentions are being abused to increase the density. I will tell you, I live very close to this site, just to the southeast of it. On the corner, just next to my community, 40 acres, interestingly, being developed by this same developer, Mr. Scardino. We have worked very successfully and cooperatively for years with Mr. Scardino and his agents. 40 acres, we are having both townhouses and a rental property on that 40 acres, and the density is 10. I had to convince not only the people in my community, but in the other associations at the Villages of Windsor, that's what's coming up next, to accept that 10. But the understanding was that it was so we could provide other types of housing, and that greater density was acceptable at the intersection. The way this density, both on this project and on the one that is coming up to us next, has mushroomed, is an abuse of the system at this point. So I simply can't, I don't mind the multifamily dwellings. It's the density. Thank you.
Commissioner Carr, do you have any comments regarding the motion? Commissioner Hayden?
Nothing more to say, thanks.
Commissioner
Sorry,
Cap?
did you mean me, Cap?
No. John Carr was who I addressed first. I didn't hear from him, so I'll move to Commissioner Hayden, and now I turn to you, Commissioner Cap.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'll just briefly say, I too really wish I came in today thinking I would support this. This is the perfect place for infill. We need these units desperately, but the density is, the only way I can think to describe it is extreme. And I wish I could, wave my magic brush and say this exact thing, but cool it down with the intensity just a little bit. I mean, I can understand why folks are really concerned. I also question what that quality of life is like. Is this really workforce housing where a family could live? Could children live? I mean, this density is really unlike anything we've seen in the area. And I also just wanted to say, I know that Drew Martin is not on this commission to, speak back. I don't really appreciate our commission calling out members of the public by name. I have worked with Drew for many years on our shared Everglades restoration efforts, which are entirely separate from this board. But just because somebody is an environmentalist doesn't mean they need to support every infill when the density is this extreme. So we're all individual people who can look at a situation and come up with different outcomes and thoughts. We can still respect each other in the process. I really wish I could support this today. I just think the density is too extreme.
Thank you, Commissioner. Staff, quick question. There was a comment made by one of the members of the public that the rents in this area would be $2,500 a month. Is that correct? Do we have any idea about that?
I'm not aware of what the proposed rents are.
Does the workforce housing program in any way set a ceiling on what a property can be rented for?
Yes. I'll let Maria bellow.
If I may, I can tell you the range of rents, starting with a studio apartment at the 60 to 80 would be starting at $900, and the cap for a 4-bedroom at the middle income, which is the highest income, 4-bedroom unit would be $34.75 a month.
$34.75. Ma'am, what was that? If you don't know, you don't know, but I'm going to ask you anyways. Say a year ago, what would those same size units have been rented for as far as workforce housing goes? The studio and also the 4-bedroom.
I don't have that in front of me, but they were not terribly different. And in fact, this price sheet, in some instances, numbers went down slightly. These are taken from the Florida Housing Finance Corporation and their calculations, and for some reason in some categories, based on how they develop the numbers, some went down slightly. We would expect that to be different when the numbers are issued for this year.
Well, on the east side of the county, I've heard tell of rents increasing by 50 and 75%, but nevertheless, I don't support the motion. I'll be quick. I don't think it's compatible with the local area. I do have concerns with the fact that we have so much rental property and not really a commitment on the developer side to actually build housing for ownership. If you talk about stability of a community, I think people living in their homes is one way to do that. And I also have a concern with these rents. I mean, if we're really concerned about the people, should we not offer them housing at a more reasonable rate? Commissioner Groman said that his daughter, I believe, makes roughly $50,000 a year. I don't think you don't need to go to school to realize that you probably can't afford to live in a place where the rents are $2,000, $2,500, $3,500 a month. So without any further belaboring, I want to ask that we take a roll call vote on this at this point. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
All right.
John Carr. Barbara Roth.
No.
Lori Vinegar.
Yes.
Penny Pompey.
Yes.
Spencer Siegel.
Yes.
Dagmar Bras. Glenn Groman.
Yes.
Angela Van.
Yes.
Marcia Hayden.
No.
Rick Stopick.
No.
Edwin Ferguson.
No.
Kara Cap.
No.
Motion doesn't pass.
Please hold your applause, everyone. I guess at this time we need to have a competing motion to deny the application, or can we?
It's up to you. That would be portrayed to the Board of County Commissioners as a denial. If someone wants to make a motion to deny and vote on that, it's been done both ways. It's up to the board.
May we have a motion to deny this
Yes.
item?
May I,
Yes.
Mr. Chair? I move that we deny this application.
Do I have a second? I'll second.
Marcia Hayden moved that.
Okay.
Oh,
Go ahead,
I'm
Ms. Commissioner
sorry.
Hayden. That's fine. You second?
I was going to second the motion.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I would imagine that we don't need much discussion at this point, and we can just take this to a vote, but Commissioner Stopick?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I do have just a point of information or to clarify on this. If we move to deny this motion, the applicant can come back and resubmit, or the applicant can modify?
Just to clarify, so it still goes before the Board of County Commissioners, but it would go before the Board of County Commissioners with the motion that passes, assuming this motion passes, that the Planning Commission recommended denial.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, real quick.
Yes.
So I just want to address the comments that have been made about density. I think that the density argument has sort of been overblown in this particular situation.
Commissioner Groma, only because we have a number of persons that want to speak. Do you have any unreadiness in regard to this motion?
Yes,
I think your position,
I'm
sure.
opposing this motion based on the fact that the density argument is sort of ill-advised. There are plenty of other places in Palm Beach County where, at the city, for example, the city of Boca, the maximum density for residential high is 20 units an acre, and it's Boca. So,
thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah,
And in the audience, please afford the Commissioner a chance to state his points for the record.
So to say that the density is too high when the city of Boca, which is one of the most restrictive cities in the entire county, allows 20 units an acre, and again, I invite you to go look at the project on Yamato Road, which is 10 acres and it has 297 units on it. And it's a beautiful project. So that's
Any additional discussion before the vote? Seeing none, I ask that we call the question. Roll call.
Barbara
Please. Yes, thank you.
Yes, on the motion to deny, I vote yes.
Lori Vinegar,
No.
Penny Pompey,
No.
Spencer Siegel,
No.
Dagmar Bras,
Yes.
Glenn Groman,
No.
Angela Van, Marcia Hayden,
I'm sorry, so a yes vote says that I agree with the motion, right?
yes, motion to deny.
Yes, motion to deny, that's what I'm voting.
Says yes. Rick Stopick,
Yes.
Edwin Ferguson.
Yes.
Kara Kopp,
Yes.
motion passes.
All right, we now turn to 3A2, Villages of Windsor. Do we have
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, could you just give us the date that this will be before the Zoning Commission and the date that this will be before the County Commission?
So it will be before the Board of County Commissioners on May 4th.
Right, and the Zoning Commission?
Well, it would have to be certified first, so once the application's certified, the zoning commission will be scheduled.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Sure.
This,
Go ahead.
Excuse me, clarification. This is going to transmittal in May. Well, not initiation, but transmittal. And then once it comes back from the state, then the concurrent zoning application will come.
Thank you. Next, we'll have a presentation for 3A2, Villages of Windsor. Good morning. 15 minutes, please. That's no problem.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Morton with J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture. And so maybe this site will work for you. So with that, I am here this morning representing Akel Homes on the land use change for Villages of Windsor. Just to orient everyone to the property's location, it's an 11.84 acre site located at the southeast corner of Hypoluxo Road and Lyons Road. We are requesting a future land use map amendment to go from CLR2 to HR8. Staff is recommending approval of this request subject to conditions. I'm going to focus my presentation on 3 areas. 1 is location, 2 is compatibility, and 3 is workforce housing. So let's start with location. The property is located at a major intersection with frontage on two thoroughfare roads, Lyons Road and Hypoluxo Road. Both these roads are over 100 feet of right-of-way. The intersection includes existing and proposed commercial intensity and density already at this location. If you look at the northeast corner, it has a land use designation of MLU, which is a multiple land use category, which allows the development of both commercial high and low residential 2. The intensity and density approved for the northeast corner is over 110,000 square feet of commercial and 132 dwelling units. I'll get into the specifics of that use on my next slide. But if you look at the northwest corner, the land use is also MLU and also includes commercial high and medium density, MR5. The maximum density and intensity approved for this site is over 30,000 square feet of commercial and 400 dwelling units. If you look at the southwest corner, has a future land use designation of HR8. And yes, Commissioner Bras, this project was approved for HR8 for a congregate living facility and has a condition limiting it to the CLR. If you look at the south and east of the subject property, to the south we have Valencia Shores, a land use designation of LR2. This slide demonstrates that the intersection was always intended to have intensity at this location because it is a major intersection. So let's look at the existing uses that are at this location and this intersection. Two of the corners are built out. One corner was just recently approved. So at the northeast corner is an existing Publix anchored shopping center with 95,000 square feet and several bank outparcels. The northwest corner is not constructed, but this is the approved site plan. It reflects 30,000 square feet of retail and restaurant with a drive-through at the hard corner. It also received approval for a 3-story multifamily development approved for 194 units. And then there's an approval for 206 townhouses. At the southwest corner is a congregate living facility. It's built for 346 beds at the congregate living facility and a 64-bed memory care. This CLF is also 3 stories and had a note of a maximum height of 38 feet. The memory care is a 1-story. South of the property is Valencia Shores. It's an active adult community made up of single-family and 0 lot line units. East of the subject property is agricultural land, and then east of that is a Palm Beach County fire station and a future county park. Being located at this major intersection makes it an ideal location for increasing density. And page 5 of the staff report says development of this site at a higher density would be consistent with the intent of the comprehensive plan to focus urban development at appropriate locations within the urban-suburban tier. So let's look at compatibility. And this is a definition that I think works well. It says, to be compatible, it is not necessary that the two uses have the exact same function or intensity. Rather, compatibility is obtained when uses do not adversely affect each other. Further, two uses whose functions are different can complement and support each other. This is a copy of the approved site plan. It was approved for a congregate living facility. Before it was approved for a congregate living facility, it had an approval for a charter school. So the charter school went away. The congregate living facility, we actually went through a land use change request, a rezoning or a development order amendment, and site plan approval to receive approval for the 290-bed facility. That was in 2019. The developer moved forward with platting, construction drawings for the CLF, and then COVID hit. The economy changed, the CLR use changed, and there's no longer a market for a congregate living facility on this site. So, so that's actually why we're back before you today. Again, this is the site. It's 11.84 acres. We are requesting the HR 8 land use, and we have a proposed conceptual site plan for 187 units. I want to just hit the conditions of approval first. The condition number 1 discusses the density we're proposing. Right now, the current plan shows 187 units. The condition basically says those units can't be moved elsewhere on the PUD. The second condition identifies the use of 36 TDR units. There was a lot of discussion on the previous application about the use of TDRs and workforce housing. The comprehensive plan actually directs applicants to utilize those two programs for increasing density, and they see it as a layering. So you start with the density bonus, the TDRs, and then the land use change. So we are utilizing and will be purchasing TDR units. We are utilizing the workforce housing density bonus increase. Up to 80% of a density bonus is what staff identified for this project. Condition number 3 says the zoning development order shall require 25% of the total units to be workforce housing. So we've committed to a minimum of 47 workforce housing units. We have a condition, which I have a slide to demonstrate. It states that within the southernmost 350 feet of the site, structures are limited to 3 stories. The condition number 5 limits the southernmost 150 feet to open space, green space, parking, water retention. And condition number 6 requires that the zoning application be approved at the same time as the adoption of the land use change. So condition number, you're looking at, this is just an aerial of the property. Condition number 4 limits anything south of that line is limited to 3-story buildings. Anything south of the second line limit, which is 150 feet, limits that area to landscaping only, open space, water retention, or parking. Compatibility. In order to ensure compatibility, staff is proposing additional conditions of approval requiring the separation, which is what the 150 is providing, and limiting the height of buildings on the southernmost portion, which were limited to 3 stories within 350 feet of the south property line. Workforce housing. I know we all know we need workforce housing. My only comment with this is why this site works for workforce housing. We are within the urban-suburban tier, and the urban-suburban tier is where density increases are to be focused within unincorporated Palm Beach County. Within the urban-suburban tier, that's where the services currently exist. When you look at this particular site, there's shopping opportunities right across the street. We have a future park within walking distance. There are already jobs and employment in this very vicinity. We've got the fire station, we have retail, we have restaurants, we have professional office buildings, banking facilities, and again, the congregate living facility. This truly is an infill site. There's very little unentitled land in this general area. Rents are continuing to escalate, and we are committed to providing a minimum of 47 workforce housing units. We believe that this is an excellent location to provide the housing to service our firefighters, our teachers, our mental health care workers, everyone that this county, the services that this county needs to provide to the residents that live here. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff?
Enos Devchek with the Planning Division will present this item.
Okay. Thank you.
Perfect. Good morning. Ines Stefichuk, Planner 2 with the Planning Division. This proposed large-scale future land use amendment is Villages of Windsor. Oh. Okay, perfect. This 11.4-acre site is located at the southeast corner of Lyons Road and Hypolaxer Road. It is a vacant private civic part of a larger Villages of Windsor PUD. PUD is shown in yellow. It was subject to a prior future land use amendment in 2019, which changed the future land use designation from low residential 2 units per acre to a current congregate living residential with underlying 2 units for a development of congregate living facility. This amendment request proposes to delete conditions of approval associated with that ordinance 2019-002, which limits the site to 2 units per acre for residential uses other than a congregate living facility, and to change land use designation to high residential 8 units per acre. The applicant is also requesting additional density bonuses through the workforce housing and transfer of development rights programs for a total of 187 dwelling units or 15.8 units per acre. The site is located in the urban-suburban tier at Lyons Road and Hypolaxer Road intersection, just west of Florida Turnpike. There are 2 40-acre sites with multiple land use, future land use designations to the north, and a built congregate living facility with HR8 future land use to the west. Here. The built 410-bed CLF and 100-bed nursing facility is also part of the Villages of Windsor. 2 40-acre MLU developments to the north are Windsor Place and Town Commons, and they, the northeast corner, the Town Commons, has been developed. It has a Publix, almost like a little bit over 100,000 square feet of commercial and 132 units, and northwest corner MLU is vacant, will be under construction. It's been approved for a gross density of 10 units per acre, 400 units, and up to 45,000 square feet commercial. The area surrounding the node to the north, east, south, and west is predominantly single-family low-density residential developed with planned residential communities. Request summary. Currently, the site has congregate living residential with underlying 2, and it was approved for up to 347 beds congregate living facility. The request is to revise condition of approval and to change future land use designation to high residential 8 units per acre that gives base density of 95 units. Zoning request includes total of 187 multifamily rental units that are achieved by transfer of development rights and workforce housing density program. And it will be developed with multifamily apartments. Residential density increase is appropriate at this location. It's located in urban-suburban tier at the intersection of 2 major roadways. The request includes purchase of 16 transfer of development rights. Staff proposing to use all available 36 TDRs to meet policy 24B provisions. It furthers workforce housing program, 47 workforce housing units to be provided as on-site rentals. To ensure compatibility with the existing residential, staff is proposing conditions to require separation and to limit the height of buildings on the southern portion of the site. This is the conditions. We we asking to cap residential to 187 units. We're requiring purchase of 36 TDR units. We're asking for a condition of approval requiring that 25% of the units will be built on site as workforce housing units. In order to ensure compatibility, staff is proposing additional conditions limiting the height of building to a maximum of 3 stories within 1,350 feet and requiring no structures within the 1,100 feet. In order to ensure that the development on the site is consistent with the proposal as presented, staff is proposing a condition of approval to require that adoption of the future land use amendment and zoning application are held on the same date. During the public notification process, the planning division sent out letters to interested parties and 500-feet notices. Letter went to Coalition of Boynton West Residential Association, to 7 HOA. Planning division hosted a face-to-face informational meeting on March 29th of 2022. No members of public attended to this item. To date, staff received few phone calls. Letter received are placed at the dais this morning. With the staff proposed conditions, the amendment is consistent with the mandatory transfer of development rights program, contributes to the provision of workforce housing, compatible with surrounding land uses, and consistent with the comprehensive plan policies. Therefore, staff recommendation is approval with modifications. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. We have a number of public comment cards. Again, as I call your name, I'm going to call 4 names up. The first person that I call, please come to the podium that's to my right. I think for the majority of you, it'll be to your left. The second speaker, please go to the podium that's to my left. And then the third person I call, once speaker 1 has concluded his comments, please proceed to the podium that's to my right. And once the second speaker concludes her comments, the person that I'm going to call and the fourth position, please proceed to the podium that is to my left. So we have Ed Brooks, Bonnie Cohen, Giselle Reiser, forgive me if I mispronounce your last name, and Debbie Murphy. And Mr. Martin, you're the fifth, so once that fourth person is done, you can proceed to the podium. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. I'll try to talk quickly. I'm Ed Brooks. I am a director of an HOA at Valencia Shores. I represent 1,140 homes. We understand that something's going to be built on this property, and we are not fighting the development of that site. We also appreciate the developer meeting with us throughout this process, asking for our input, but we were somewhat surprised that many of our suggestions were never taken into account. Particularly, they have a dog park. You didn't see they didn't put any pictures up. That is close to our facility. Plus, they have a building that they didn't show. That's a 4-story building. They have 3 buildings that are 3 stories, and they have 1 4-story building. The other thing, to best of my knowledge, staff mentioned the 7 HOAs in Cobra. I do not believe that this developer has given a presentation to any of those other entities. This is moving along very quickly. We're totally opposed to the 4th-story building. It's not compatible with the site. And frankly, at the last meeting, when we met with the developer, they pushed back and didn't want to give up that 4th story. They left the room. 3 minutes later, they came back in, and the developer said, okay, we'll give up that 4th story if you give us a letter of support on the project. I said I would take it under advisement with our board. And all of a sudden, it's not smelling really, really good. As the developer was leaving the room, he as an aside, he mentioned, oh, no problem, I'll still get my 187 units. Well, we were not going to give up our rights to any other objections that may come forth, either from Cobra or any of these other HOAs who, frankly, have not been contacted. As you can see, the density numbers are crazy high. Just looking at what your staff put up, the catty corner next to Bellagio, it's 10 units. This is 15. So, I mean, that's a very, very large difference. The issue I have is the developer has already had a change of this zoning. He has been approved for congregate living. He can break ground tomorrow. Now, because the business models have changed, which we understand, a lot has changed. But when did it become our collective responsibility to change well thought out precedent zoning to make more profit for an individual? I just don't understand that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Bonnie Cohen, I'm a resident of Savannah Estates, and I'm here on speaking for myself as well as my board has asked me to come. We barely heard something that came out of planning to our management company, which is in a state of flux and being sold. We heard that the end of last week, and that's all we had heard. We say no to max density, and we do not believe this is a compatible use. We're opposing the future land use amendment due to the massively increase in density and disruption of our way of life. The WHP and the TDR here are a 2-for-1 scam, and we believe it is double-dipping abuse. It would be incompatible with our single-family community by adding a high-density apartment complex in that small 10-acre parcel. The traffic increase at the entry and exit already existing at a dangerous intersection at Lyons and Hypoluxo with multiple accidents weekly. I'm almost afraid and go around to avoid that intersection now. And those apartments that are proposed would be right at that intersection. I moved to Savannah Estates 18 years ago into a lovely 60, I'm not sure of my own writing, 60-40 community with 140 homes. My community is stock full of educators, firefighters, and police officer. I am a former educator. First speaker today spoke of green and overdevelopment, and this must not continue to destroy our way of life and create a dangerous environment for our people. Instead, we should be redeveloping existing housing as was stated earlier. I'll echo the sentiment and that we should please respect lifestyle choices for current residents and not allow the builder disruptors. This was never presented, as I said before, to us by the developer in this case. So this was very last minute. Yesterday, I was asked to come here and speak on behalf of our community. Thank you very much. I appreciate your attention and concern. This is a wrong development for this 10-acre corner. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Giselle Reicher. I'm a resident of Valencia Shores and also the task force leader for this project, appointed by the president of Valencia Shores. I am cognizant of the reiterations to this project since moving into Valencia Shores 19 years ago, including the charter school and the existing CLR approval. I would like to read a salient sentence from a letter sent by our board president to ACAL Management and Jennifer Morton in response to their request for full support of this project if they reduced all buildings to 3 stories with elevators. And I quote, "After careful consideration, the association is advised that ACAL is intending to reconfigure the project so that the apartment buildings will all be 3 stories with elevators rather than including any 4-story buildings. The package in front of you does not take into account this letter from our president and board. This letter, which was requested by ACAL and Jennifer Morton, was received in sufficient time for them to have included it in the package you have before you. The letter also acknowledges that the various governmental commissions, such as COBRA, Growth Management, the governmental commissions as well as COBRA Management would review the proposal. We would like the commission as well as COBRA, which is to review the proposal of 187 units as well as the 15.8 density, which is higher than what was approved on the northwest corner of Lyons and Hypoluxo. Normally, COBRA would review the proposal prior to transmittal, but this is not occurring here. It seems that this project is being fast-tracked. ACAL is capitalizing on 2 county programs, workforce housing and TDR, and similar to what you heard in the first speech, the rents that they are looking for on workforce housing range from $1,000 to $3,500 a month for a 3-bedroom. So I'm not sure, again, how workforce housing works at those levels. There are limits to how far developers can go using workforce housing bonuses to increase the density of their projects. Please take into account Valencia Shores' concerns. We are not NIMBY. We know a project will ultimately be built on this site. We just want the property next to us to fit with the character of the neighborhood and preserve the quality for our current residents. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Debbie Murphy. I am currently a COBRA director and incoming second vice president. I am addressing the proposal for a high residential development on the southeast corner of Hypoluxo and Lyons Roads in the villages of Windsor. Respectfully, I would like to address the process. COBRA has not yet had the opportunity to hear a presentation from the developer or planner on this project. Historically, projects have come to COBRA's Growth Management Committee, board, and assembled delegates in order to recommend either approval, denial, or approval with conditions. In this way, COBRA fulfills its responsibility to advocate on behalf of its 114 member associations representing 140,000 residents. Valencia Shores is a member of COBRA, but we have not had the opportunity to hear and discuss this project to help them and to assure the COBRA criteria are met. Rather, the Planning Commission and the BCC will hear this before transmittal without COBRA being able to assist our member community until too late in the process. To suggest that COBRA will be able to review this proposal after it comes back from transmittal is contrary to our being an informed, vocal advocate for our members. In reading the proposal, COBRA sees that the density of 15.8 units per acre on approximately 11 acres is far greater than any project existing or planned in the area. But again, we have not had the opportunity to formally review it. Although that is more than a 50% increase in density than the 40-acre development on the northwest corner of the same intersection, which was approved at 10 units per acre. COBRA was involved with that project for years, supporting our communities, our member communities, until a resolution was achieved. COBRA respectfully requests that this project be postponed to allow for a full and fair review. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you, Commissioners. Drew Martin on behalf of the Loxahatchee Group of the Sierra Club. I do want to say that our group does not oppose workforce housing. We do not oppose multifamily. And our focus is on quality of life and the environment. And so I don't want us to be misunderstood. But, you know, the reality is that I have to be sympathetic to the residents. And the Sierra Club is sympathetic to the residents. And I think it's important that these developments are something that the residents are willing to live with. And I do think that the request on the part of COBRA seems very reasonable. So and we do work with COBRA, and we do concern ourselves with the happiness of COBRA. They represent a lot of homeowners. So I do think it's important that they have the opportunity to participate. I'm very concerned about, you know, this push for workforce housing, and that's not because we oppose workforce housing, but we just question the rents. and the costs if it really is meeting the needs of the people who need it. Because we have developers bring people in, college students say, well, I need an apartment, and I need this, and I need that. And I've lived in apartments, so I know what it's like to need an apartment. But you know what? $3,500, that's a pretty high-end person. So for people to bring in, you know, people to say, oh, I need a place to live, and then to offer rents at such a high rate, I don't think that's really meeting those needs. So, you know, that's our concern, because we want to meet the needs of people. We want to see people be able to have affordable housing. But I think that this is kind of a little bit of I don't want to say anything derogatory, but it's just pretending to offer something that's really not being offered. You're really not helping working people when you have a project with such high rents. And as he stated before, a lot of firefighters were opposing this and police officers. So we want to see you meet the needs of the public. We want to see that done, but we want to see it done realistically so it actually does provide benefits. We also think that housing should be in the urban corridors where the majority of people live and where they can get to work and back and forth. We don't see the public transportation that's going to meet the needs. So if you're going to put this sort of thing out there, you need to look at this holistically. And I agree with Chair Ferguson that this is, in a lot of ways, the pricing is just not there to meet the needs of the people who need it. Thank you.
I'll quickly turn to our commissioners on WebEx. Do you have any questions for the applicant, Ms. Morton, or staff? I'll start with Commissioner Cap.
No questions for me, thank you.
Commissioner Carr, do you have any questions for the applicant or staff? Commissioner Hayden, do you have any questions? All right, I'll turn to my left. Yes, Commissioner Vinegar.
Yes, thank you. I have a question of the applicant. In your In your presentation, you mentioned that you're going to be purchasing TDRs.
Yes.
But you didn't say that you'd be purchasing 36, will you?
We will be purchasing, I can't remember the exact number.
Well, you
now.
had put down, the applicant was going to purchase just 16.
Oh, no, we will purchase the 36.
You'll purchase the 36?
Yes, we are. Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner, Vice Chair Siegel.
Thank you. This is a question for staff. It's been some time since I read it, but I understand that there is a calculation for workforce housing rent and workforce housing units for purchase that was I think it was a formula based on an average salary, and then there was a maximum number, and there was a percentage. I know that I'm making a broad question, but since I haven't seen it in so long, does anybody have that handy that we could have that discussion? Because I know that the amount of rent that can be charged. Oh, hi, thanks. I know the amount of rent that can be charged is limited by the workforce housing program. The amount that a unit could be sold for is limited by the workforce housing program, but I don't know what that number is.
Yes, the workforce housing program sets up the pricing of for sale units based on a formula that's tied to 3 times the median income. And so for the low end, I believe it's 70% of whatever that number is. For the high end, it's 130% of that number. The rents, however, are figures that are taken from the Florida Housing Finance Corporation that does this for many programs throughout the state. Those numbers are adjusted annually, and they are tied to income. They're different for every county, so we've used those. So we, do that update every year. The numbers that I mentioned earlier are from that source, the 900 for a studio to the 3,500 at the low end to 3,500 at the high end for a 4-bedroom at the highest income levels of the workforce program.
Oh, so 3,500 falls within the workforce program.
for individuals at 120 to 140% of area median income that are looking for a 4-bedroom unit. We have very few 4-bedroom units in the workforce housing program, but yes, that is at the very high end.
Thank you. I appreciate your answering that question for me.
Any additional questions?
No additional questions,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
All right. Any questions from Commissioners Van or Stopick? Okay. I'll turn to my right. Any questions? Commissioner Brahms, Commissioner Groman, Commissioner Roth, Commissioner Pompey, do you have a question as
Could
well,
you
too?
explain to me, and Jennifer, I know you explained this to us before when the charter school and everything else was trying to come in. What is the access to that for that piece of property that's just to the east of this site? And what a funky way to have that big tongue just sticking out. Can you explain that?
Sure. Jennifer Morton with J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture. They actually have an access drive, an ingress-egress easement through our property off of Hypoluxo Road. So that's been there for many, many years, and they have access.
Okay, so the person that has that little piece of farmland who is still farming it, he is not going to be landlocked. He will have
No.
access to get to Hypoluxo Road.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Groman?
Jennifer, come back. Hi, Jennifer. So do you have your traffic and currency letter, your 35D letter for this project?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as workforce housing is concerned, you're going to have units that cover all 4 tiers?
Yes.
And that's required, right, by the county?
Correct.
But no for sale units?
No for sale.
Okay. That's all I have.
Commissioner Pompey, did you raise your hand?
Yes, but my question got answered. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an intersection near and dear to my heart. I live in Bellagio. For disclosure, I have worked very well over the years, I hope, with the various developers on the 4 corners of villages of Windsor. As I stated earlier, helping my neighbors understand the increased density appropriate for that corner. On the 40 acres adjacent to Bellagio, there will be for sale units as part of the townhouse. So that question has come up from my fellow commissioners. I supported that, and I support the workforce housing units that will be on the northwest corner as part of the rental property. I could support this proposal on the southeast corner with 3 conditions. Density reduced to between 100 and 110 units, still including workforce housing, and that's condition 1. Condition 2 would be that the neighboring communities be engaged in the same good faith dialogue, which I know Ms. Morton and her firm engaged with Valencia Shores, but not with the surrounding communities. And number 3, COBRA. COBRA is there to advocate for its 114 member communities. You will see that notification was sent, but there was not time allowed for the proper viewing. It is COBRA that understands a lot of the issues that no individual board, HOA board, is expected to know from year to year. We have not had that opportunity. This has been fast-tracked to get to the BCC for this May transmittal process. Again, I understand the business model. I understand not wanting to build a CLR at this time, but this
Commissioner
needs...
Roth, I hate to interrupt. Do you have a question for staff or the applicant?
Yeah. Why is not a recommendation for letting the appropriate vetting by the other HOAs, by COBRA, and holding this off to the next transmittal cycle? And please, at some point, I guess I'm going to ask if we can see a ratio of
projects that come back after transmittal, after approval from transmittal, those projects which are then ultimately denied by our BCC. I'm asked that question all the time. I don't know the number on that. So I've got kind of two questions there, because I know somebody's going to say, well, you're going to have a bite at the apple after it comes back from transmittal. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of follow-up questions. Vice Chair Siegel asked regarding the formulas used for affordable housing. I thought I heard it mentioned that it comes from Tallahassee. Ma'am, did I hear you correctly? They kind of set the guidelines as far as what the rent will be for a given year?
Yes, the Workforce Housing Program uses rents provided by the Florida Housing Finance Corporation.
Does Palm Beach County have the authority, if you will, to alter those formulas?
Not necessarily to alter their formula, but to pick a different source or to come up with its own formula if it wanted to do something different with the pricing structure, sure, for rents.
So would that be something that would have to be taken up with the Board of County Commissioners?
It would be amendment to the Unified Land Development Code. I don't think it requires a comp plan amendment. I haven't.
Uniform, you said amendment to the
Unified Land Development Code, that's where the Workforce Housing Program is, lives in Article 5 of the code.
And that amendment would be done by way of a vote of the county commissioners?
Yes, it would be initiated through the zoning division if the board chose to do that, and would go through that amendment process.
Okay. Because clearly we're not servicing the parties that we purportedly want to service with these workforce housing units. But thank you, ma'am. I'll research that at another. Research and deal with that at another time. I did want to I have a few questions for the applicant, Ms. Morton, if you don't mind. Can you tell me how many points of entry will be made for this particular parcel, this tract?
Sure. We have a right-in, right-out on Lyons Road.
Okay.
And we have a right-in, right-out on Hypoluxo Road.
Okay. And Ms. Giselle Reicher made some reference to a letter that was purportedly sent to you or your
yes,
boss, if you will, regarding their request that the buildings themselves be limited to 3 stories. Is that true? Did they send such a letter to you?
So if I could just clarify the community outreach just a little bit. We have been working on this site for many, many years. So we have a relationship with Valencia Shores to the south. So when we started this project, we contacted Valencia Shores and we met with them. We've actually met with them twice. And at the last meeting, we were trying to get a letter of support from the community. And our desire was to have that letter of support. So when we went forward, we would kind of be going hand in hand through the process. And one of the options, we came back and said, if we reduce the buildings to 3 stories, will you support the project? And they were going to get back with us. And I have since spoken with members of COBRA, and I understand that they want to be the ones to make a recommendation on a project. But process-wise, we're going through the exact same process that we've gone through for many, many years. The land use is not something that's brought to growth management at the beginning of the process. It's brought to growth management when we have a detailed site plan that staff has certified for public hearing. So we're following the process we've always gone through. We reached out to the people that were directly affected, and that's the process that we've done for 20 years now. So,
who are the people that are directly affected as you see it?
Valencia Shores, they're our neighbors to the south.
Okay.
And when we processed the CLF, that's the neighborhood that we continued to meet with. And that's the neighborhood that would give us the letter of support. Even when we made minor site plan changes, we went back to Valencia Shores and said, we want to change this on the site plan. And they would comment back, we support that. So we didn't try and leave anybody out. We were just following the process that we've always done.
Now, Ms. Morton, Valencia Shores, is it is it this area that I see to the east of Lyons, and south of your plot?
Correct. It abuts our south property line, that community does.
What community is to your south and west, and also,
That-
west of Lyons, that other community? Is that a Cobra community there, or?
Yes. This whole area,
It's
every
Cobra, right?
community, they're all Cobra communities.
Would you agree that this site affects all of these areas due to the increase of traffic? And do you understand their sentiment in that regard for wanting to be brought to the so-called table up front?
I will be glad to do that in the future. Normally, it's
Okay.
everyone that abuts your property. That's who you have one-on-one meetings with. And we also go to Cobra's growth management. So when you look at the greater area, I think that in the past, we've always thought that Cobra would address the greater area.
Okay. It seems like there is a ripple effect, even though these other properties may not necessarily be contiguous with your site. The fact that you're bringing more units to the area will have some effect on their quality of living, if you will. I want to follow up with you on one last question. Commissioner Vinegar said that she could support, I believe I heard Commissioner Vinegar say she could support this at a reduced volume, if you will. Did I hear you correctly?
That was
No, actually, I think it was
Commissioner Roth?
Commissioner Roth that said 100 to 110 units.
you.
I asked if they were going to be purchasing
TDRs.
all the
Yes.
TDRs that
Yes.
staff indicated.
My apologies. Thank
May
you
I-
for that. I just wanted to follow up on that, though. So right now, you would like to have one of your buildings to be 4 stories and the remaining buildings to be 3 stories?
That's the current site plan, yes. That's what we are that's the plan we're working from. We have not been certified through the staff level review. So the site plan is still being tweaked. We're still
Yes.
working with the community. So I can't, I don't know what plan we're going to end up with. But right now we have 1 4-story building and the rest are 3-story buildings.
If the 4-story building were reduced to 3 stories, would you be sort of in that area approximately that Commissioner Roth said she could support? Or would you not be able to opine on or guess what that number of units would be then?
Well, they've looked at it, and the unit count is important to them, the number of units. So right now they're not willing to, it doesn't make it. We can't reduce the total number of units at this time.
This is a rental property, though, correct?
It is.
So you're going to have, in theory, an infinite stream of income. It's not like it's a one-time hit, which I would prefer that you build residences for people to buy, but these are rental communities that you're going to have people renting year after year after year, correct?
It is a rental community, and on those rents, the first category, the rents range from $988 to $2,000. So it's a range. It's not that all the units are $2,000 a month. And
So at this particular parcel, you believe the top rent, the high-end rent, will be presently at $2,000?
that's for that category, the low category.
Oh, we're back to the workforce housing.
And it's for the larger, the 4-bedroom. So they have a studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, maybe 4-bedroom, but that would be the 3-bedroom or the 4-bedroom is at $2,000. The studio is at $900.
So this is for the workforce housing?
Yes.
So the units that are not earmarked as workforce housing, what do we anticipate the range of rents to be for them?
They did, in the area, they looked at Casa Brera, Wellington Vista, and Cortland West, and those rents range a 1-bedroom, 1-bath at Casa Brera is just under $2,000, $1,944. A 2-bedroom, 2-bath at Casa Brera is $2,300, and a 3-bedroom, 2-bath is $2,500. And it's pretty similar. The Cortland West starts at $2,200 and goes up to $2,700. Those are the market rents.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. So is the county in a position to set some sort of rent caps moving forward, ma'am? Ms. Bello, I need to, put your name in my head, because, ma'am just won't do. Ms. Bello, as far as moving forward, are there any mechanisms that the county could utilize to essentially cap rents so that they can't continue to just exponentially increase year after year? I've been told, I've never lived in New York City, but I was told from time to time have implemented similar things in certain areas of the city. So are those mechanisms available to us here in Palm Beach County?
I think that's outside the workforce housing. So you're asking,
Sure.
Can they cap the market rent?
Can the county set forth like a limit as to, rents will not increase by, say, more than 5% in a given year or something like that?
Right. Well, okay. So there is a statute.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
There is a Florida statute that has a mechanism for doing that. However, it's quite an undertaking. It requires a referendum.
What statute is that?
I off the top of my head, I do not know. If I
I'll
was
follow
Bob
up with you.
Banks, I'd
That's
probably
fine.
know.
I'll follow up with you on that.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I do not know, but I do know that it requires a referendum, and that on top of that, they can only be in place for a year, and the county commission has to make certain findings of a emergency type situation.
Sure.
And then if it gets challenged in court, the burden is usually on the plaintiff. But in this case, the statute shifts the burden to the county to prove that it's
No, that's understandable.
right. So it's quite an undertaking.
Well, I think we need to take on that
It
undertaking.
only lasts for 1 year.
Understood. Thanks, Council. I'll follow up with you if I can't track down the statute myself.
I can actually give you the
Oh,
statute.
thank you. All right.
It's 125.0103.
125.0103?
Right.
Thank you, sir. All righty. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve with the conditions set forth by staff.
We have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Pompey. Is there any additional discussion required at this time?
Yes, discussion. So
Commissioner Roman.
I wanted to just jump in here and address a number of things. I understand the nature and the need for Cobra to be interested in this, but it's not Cobra's property. Apparently, there's some idea to expedite this. The property owner owns the property. I'm sure that they will go and reach out to Cobra. On the unit count, again, because this is my business, you cannot institutionally finance a project less than a certain amount of units that you underwrite. It's not like, let's make a deal because Cobra wants 100 units, hey, let's just do it. The underwriting either works or it doesn't work, and that's why the unit counts are typically what they are. An institutional investor will not invest in a project that's typically less than 175 units, which is why we see this, and that's the low end of things. So that's how things work. As far as the rents are concerned with regards to and you can go to any institutional lender and they'll tell you that typically they want 300 units. As far as the workforce housing rents are set by the Florida Housing Authority because they're the most knowledgeable about it. They have the people that are on staff. Drew Martin doesn't get to opine on what those rents are. It's the authority. And I love that, but all this this commentary, which consists of conclusory statements of fact or opinion on what the rent should be or what they shouldn't be, there's a mechanism for that. There's a state authority that sets these rents. They set them statewide, and whether we think that they're appropriate or not, that's something for the legislature to decide down the road. We've got a landowner with a project that they'd like to build. The reason they're asking for 187 units is because that's how they underwrote the deal, typically the way it is. And if you look at all the projects that we see, they're typically from 175 to 350, and that's where they are. So I intend to support this. It's really no different than the last project. But the bottom line is that, again, to address one more component to this is this density argument. 15 units an acre is not a high density. As a matter of fact, in most municipalities in South Florida, that would be a medium level density. I understand that people aren't used to seeing that in this particular area or where there's a lot of single-family homes. But the bottom line is that a typical apartment complex, because it's a multifamily and it's a large complex, has this kind of density. There's nothing unusual about it. There's nothing crazy about it. It's 10 acres, and typically you might find much larger transactions or in other jurisdictions. So that's why I intend to support this, for the same reasons why we need to have the workforce housing, whether people think the numbers are right or wrong. We need them. It's a stated position of the county commission. I have no doubt that the prior project or this project will be probably unanimously approved by the county commissioners, but it's not for us to sort of get involved in these nuances as to what we think the rent should be or how many units there should be, or let's go make a deal, or hey, you know, it's like if the sign code says you're allowed to have so many units and you can do the TDRs and you can do the workforce housing, that's what you do. It's not sort of like a deal making event.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bras, do you have any questions? No comment. All right, Commissioner Pompey? No. Commissioner Roth?
Certainly, thank you. Once again, and this is just to how we function, I really hope that we will not continue this practice of mentioning someone from the public who has spoken, you know, when we're trying to make our own points. That's just not right. To this process, with every other development, MUPD, the unit on the CLF on the southwest corner, the communities have all been involved, and COBRA, as an advocate for them, has been involved early enough in the process to, yes, to use the word of one of my fellow commissioners, to make a deal, recognizing that we always have conflicting interests. So, that has not happened in this case. I admire Ms. Morton and her presentation and her ethical standards, and she has been a great co-worker, you know, with COBRA and its member communities. Every other project on these corners has gone through a thorough investigation and vetting process, and a reason. As a matter of fact, a former president of COBRA actually wore a hard hat with a shovel and was at the groundbreaking for the CLF on the southwest corner. That is generally a sign of how well we work with the developers. We respect them, they respect us, we respect our member communities, and it just has not happened that way because this is being pushed for this transmittal cycle. I'm just suggesting, let's hold it for the next transmittal cycle, and let's have the appropriate input allowed. Thank you.
To my left, Commissioner Van.
For staff, is COBRA part of the process? Are they required as part of the process as far as notification, meeting?
So thank you for the question, because I did want to jump in at a certain point, just to add some clarification. Sure. So I'm not speaking to, you know, COBRA's processes here. We have, you know, neighborhood groups all across the county. What we follow, which is published on our website, is we have different amendment intake rounds. So this is part of 22B. So they were required to have their pre-application meeting with us prior to October 1st of 2021. Their application intake due date was November 10th, and then any amendments submitted for that round are heard before you all at the Planning Commission in either February, March, or April, this hearing. Those are set for BCC transmittal hearing for May, and then BCC adoption in August. So in terms, I'm speaking to the county process, we have not expedited this. This is following the same process that other amendments in round 22B are, so from the county side.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Van, any additional?
No, but what about COBRA? I'm trying to figure out whether they fall in the process or are they required to be notified?
So, yes, so COBRA was notified, so we have the think it's 500-foot radius around the property, but then surrounding HOAs, Cobra receives notification from the planning division that with the hearing dates laid out in
So it's
it.
basically up to the developer applicant to
Right.
go reach out and work with them.
Right, because we held in the end of March an informational meeting that the planning division leads, but that would be up to the applicant working with.
Commissioner Stopik? Okay, Commissioner Vinegar?
Yes, thank you. I'm just looking here that it appears, because we're talking so much about this 4-story building, it appears that, and we don't usually speak about site plans here, but it appears that the staff is okay with this. They explain that the site plan provides a transition and buffer to the adjacent residences by orienting the buildings toward Hypoluxo Road. So we haven't seen anything, but I guess the 4-story wouldn't be one that would be closer to the residence. Is that what you're looking at, and that's why you?
Correct. The way the proposal was laid out, the buildings, kind of the easternmost, westernmost, and southernmost, were all 3 stories. The building most northerly, closest to Hypoluxo, was 4, but given that height differential with sightline views, that those 3 stories effectively kind of buffered that 4-story building closer to Hypoluxo.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to be supporting this, but I did want to take this time. There was a comment from Commissioner Roth and from Commissioner Kapp in regards to my statements and Mr. Groman's statements, and I wanted to clarify that one can disagree with another person, even a person in the public's opinion, without having disrespect for that person, and that is the case here. I have great respect for the person who is there advocating the position. I just disagreed with his position, and I named him because he was the one who had the opinion. I believe Mr. Groman did the same. Mr. Martin, I believe, does not need an apology, probably doesn't want an apology, but if he was insulted, it wasn't an intention of anybody. So I think we've made that clear. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Hayden, do you have any questions regarding the motion on the floor? Commissioner Carr? And Commissioner Kapp?
Not for me, thank you.
All right. I do support this motion. I think this project is slightly different. Well, it's not slightly, it's substantially different in my eyes than the first project, mainly because of the compatibility with the area that it's in. The questions that I have for Ms. Morton were really more so moving forward just to make sure that your partners, your neighbors, are kept abreast. And it sounds like at least staff has indicated that you have done or are doing what is required of you. So that's great. But, that would be the only issue I have with how this has been handled thus far. But again, I support it. I think it's compatible with the local area. So all the best to you and your future efforts. At this point in time, I think we should go ahead and, yes, Commissioner Stopik. Okay.
We did.
We already have the motion on the floor. Now I think we should just call the question. Yes, sir.
Barbara Roth,
No.
Lori Vinegar,
Yes.
Penny Pompey,
Yes.
Spencer Siegel,
Yes.
Dagmar Bras,
No.
Glenn Groman,
Yes.
Angela Van, Marcia Hayden, Rick Stopik,
Yes.
Edwin Ferguson,
Yes.
Cara Cap.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next up we have 3A3 West Atlantic Industrial FINA. 15 minutes for the applicant.
The language for what we just went through.
No.
Yeah, right. No.
Okay, sorry. Going from one to the next. This is not multi-family, just want you to know that. Okay. Good morning, I'm Lauren McClellan with J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture. On behalf of the property owners, Roger and Karen Fina, I'll be presenting the West Atlantic Industrial Comprehensive Plan Amendment application. The subject property is 10.11 acres. It's located on the north side of Atlantic Avenue, approximately a half-mile west of State Road 7. The property is currently utilized as a single-family home with some miscellaneous agriculture uses also on the property. This request is for a land use amendment from agricultural reserve to industrial with an underlying agricultural reserve subject to conditions. Just a point to note is if commerce has been adopted by the Board of County Commissioners prior to the adoption of this amendment, the applicant will modify the request to commerce. So if that does not happen, these are the same conditions that were approved for the Sunflower industrial property as well as the LAS Farms industrial property. We are willing to accept those same conditions and impose them on the property. So now to go into some change conditions that we believe address the need for the change. So there's numerous conditions that have changed over time for the property, thus justifying the amendment. So this is an aerial from 1995. You can't really see it on there, sorry. Probably right before the house was constructed on the property. The applicants actually purchased the property in 1993 when they thought that a planned unit development was going to be developed on this highlighted property. So on this aerial, you can see that State Road 7 is still a little two-lane road. There's virtually nothing in this area other than agriculture and equestrian uses. So in 1995, our client was looking forward to living on his 10-acre homestead with his horses and enjoying the peace and quiet. However, the area surrounding the applicant's property has changed dramatically since that time. So this is an aerial of now. State Road 7 has transformed, I know you've heard me say it before, into a major north-south 2- and 3-lane divided highway. There's a variety of commercial uses that have been developed along Atlantic Avenue, including the Delray Marketplace, the Joseph's Market that's to the south and to the east of that, as well as closer to the property, there's a Wawa with some surrounding office there at the southwest corner of Atlantic and State Road 7 that was approved. And additionally, the industrial corridor that is just to the east of State Road 7 has begun to develop. We have gotten several site plans approved, and those are going to be starting construction probably within the next year or so. And then finally, the land that was immediately adjacent to the property that was originally approved as a planned unit development has since been acquired by South Florida Water Management District and set aside as preserve land. Palm Beach County has developed the West Delray Regional Park on that land, on that preserve land, but I'll get into that park a little bit later. But I do want to show you some of the commercial and industrial uses that have been approved and have been developed on the west side of State Road 7. I know you've seen this slide before. I've updated it a little bit. There's a number of uses that are on the west side of State Road 7. Recent comp plan amendments that have been approved in 2016 are the Home Rich Nursery, the Wawa office and commercial that's just to the east of this site, and then more recently the Sunflower Industrial and LAS Farms project in 21 and 22 respectively. There's also other commercial industrial type uses on the west side of State Road 7. There's the 4 Points gas station at Boynton and State Road 7. There's Bedner's Grocer. There's multiple packing houses on the west side of State Road 7. There's a couple chipping and mulching facilities, as well as multiple landscape service establishments west of State Road 7. So all these changes that have occurred, so now I'm going to talk about compatibility. Just to talk about some of the land uses that are in the area, we've got the industrial corridor that is on the east side of State Road 7. We've got some commercial low, the Delray Marketplace. We've got the commercial low at the southwest corner, and then Sunflowers, that purple industrial area that is there to the south. So to the north and to the west of the property is the park that I previously mentioned, the West Story Regional Park. I want to acknowledge that passive parks are permitted on preserve parcels. Passive parks. So this is a photo of the park showing hundreds of cars parked on the site for one of the many events that occurs at this park. These events cater to the various activities accommodated within this park. I lovingly refer to this park as the Island of Misfit Toys because it has the activities that nobody really wants next to them. Next to it, it's got remote control, airplanes, boats, car tracks, helicopter field, as well as mountain bike trails and archery. So I know everybody thinks when I say remote control cars, remote control vehicles, like you're thinking toys. I mean, these things are huge. Those cars, you can't really see the scale of it, but the car is basically the size of the body of that helicopter. These are gas-powered, loud devices that people use as hobbyists. Hobbyist enthusiasts use these. And all of these uses have been kind of banished to this park. So then on the south side of Atlantic Avenue, we've got, as I mentioned, the Wawa. We also have a post office. We've got the AmeriGrow chipping and mulching facility. That's the Wawa. There's a landscape services at the southeast of the property. And then immediately south is going to be a future FP&L substation. So almost all of these uses were not around in 1995 when the applicant built their home and purchased their property. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit on the property and the surrounding use a little bit more. This segment of Atlantic Avenue is really interesting. For any of you that haven't been and driven on this part, I would encourage you to do so. You can go visit the park. You can see what the other properties are. There's a great taco bus that's just to the east of the property on the north side of Atlantic Avenue. And then I know that some of you are also familiar with AmeriGrow. So I've got pictures right there of AmeriGrow. So the picture that's on the bottom of the screen shows all of the piles of the various materials being chipped and mulched as well. And then you see at the top, you can see those piles. And then you can clearly see the dust and the smoke that's coming out of that chipping and mulching facility. Just as an aside, our client actually has to pressure wash his roof probably every 3 months. And it needs it when he hits 3 months because of the adjacent use in the area. So in summary, industrial is appropriate for the property. It's consistent with other approvals that have been granted. It's consistent with the changes in this area that have occurred. And the staff report did mention access to the property as being substandard. I just want to address that briefly. The only portion of the segment of Atlantic between, basically west of State Road 7, there's a small portion that's less than 80 feet. And this issue can be addressed through the zoning process with land development. And we've actually already spoken with land development about how to address this. So I would like a recommendation of approval. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have now or following staff's presentation.
Thank you. Staff?
Travis Goodson with the Planning Division will be presenting this.
Okay.
Cross out the morning and right afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Travis Goodson for the Planning Division. So as presented, the request before you is a large-scale future land use amendment for a project known as West Atlantic Industrial FINA. So the subject property is just over 10 acres in size, located to the north side of Atlantic, west of State Road 7, about a half a mile west, within the agricultural reserve. There is a rezoning application that has been submitted and is in process, requesting a zoning change from agricultural reserve to light industrial and proposing light industrial uses. So this slide shows the surrounding land uses in color with the subject site outlined in the red and white dashes. The vast majority of the parcels in this vicinity have a AGR future land use, with the exception of the commercial low with underlying AGR on the southwest corner, and then the existing IND AGR parcels north and south side of Atlantic Avenue, east of State Road 7. Those are parcels that existed prior to the adoption of the, or the implementation of the AGR master plan and the tier. And then fronting State Road 7, just south, in that south corner there, is the Sunflower property that came before this board last year and was adopted by the BCC. So building on the future land use map, this graphic shows existing uses in the vicinity, including passive and agriculturally based operations. Really flanking the site to the west, the north, and the east, you've got the West Delray Regional Park, Palm Beach Down Equestrian Center. Across Atlantic to the south, you have Grasshoppers Landscaping and Baker Landscaping. Those are wholesale nursery and landscape services. The AmeriGrow Recycling Center for chipping and mulching nursery. Further south are single-family lots on 5 acres. And then you have the post office, the Stop and Shop, and then Sunflower. So this slide shows lands committed to preservation, either through ownership by the South Florida Water Management District or privately through the AGR PUD preserve requirements. And as is evident, the site is essentially surrounded by these AGR preserve lands. This is a zoomed out aerial image of the area. In this image, you can see coming into play the eastern boundary of the Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge, which is sitting just on the east side, the east side of that diagonal canal. And that boundary is roughly a 1/2 mile from the westernmost boundary of the subject site. And it demonstrates the agricultural uses and preserve areas that are typical to this vicinity and the west side of State Road 7 within the Ag Reserve. And then just another aerial image for perspective. So this is a street view image taken, not by me, at the intersection of Atlantic and State Road 7. Looking westbound towards the subject site, you can see where Atlantic is and the Stop and Shop on the left and the Tivoli Isles Preserve parcel on the right that's currently being used for row crops. And then as we get further to the subject site on the right and the Oaks PUD Preserve parcel on the left. And so I do want to add that this segment of Atlantic Avenue beginning at State Road 7 going west of State Road 7 is not a designated segment through the transportation element of the comprehensive plan, so it's not designated as an arterial roadway the same way it is starting east of State Road 7. Okay, industrial within the Ag Reserve has been a predominant topic as of late, so we'll just briefly recap on some history. There's no policies for industrial within the Ag Reserve. The consultants recommended some HER in the some industrial in the AGR master plan. The BCC did not concur, and as a result, we have no policies. There are, however, approximately 64 acres of industrial land that predate the master plan and the tier, and these were the ones that are located on the north and south sides of Atlantic, east of State Road 7. Since 2016, there have been 7 future land use amendment requests for industrial type developments within the tier. The most recent of these requests were Sunflower and Lost Farms that were heard before this board last year. And so in the absence of industrial policies, there's no guidance to direct the size, location, minimum access, nor appropriate uses for industrial within the Ag Reserve. And if there is a concurrent zoning application, if there's a zoning application, whether it's concurrent or not, requests seeking rezoning to light industrial or industrial general do not typically require a site plan because it's a rezoning to a straight designation, and the uses are typically permitted by right or subject to DRO approval. And so through staff's review of the amendment, we cannot conclude that the request for industrial is compatible at this location. The site is surrounded by preserved parcels and agricultural uses and is in close proximity to the wildlife refuge. Unlike commercial land uses, there are no policy guidance in the plan for new industrial designations, and therefore no parameter to direct the appropriate size, location, access, and uses within the tier. There's limited details about the end user of the site, just that it's light industrial uses, and there's no site plan to supplement the review for the proposed intensity, buffering, other site design elements that may factor in. The amendment would allow for the potential of up to roughly 198,000 square feet of industrial, and that's an increase of 132,000 square feet over what would be currently allowed on the site with the AGR future land use. Additionally, there is a concurrent county-initiated text amendment to establish the commerce future land use designation and to amend and tweak a couple of existing industrial policies in the plan. That text amendment came before this body in March, for last month. And so this was initiated by the Board of County Commissioners on February 2nd of this year, following the Ag Reserve workshops that were held in the fall of 2021. And so the point of the commerce designation and some of the tweaking of industrial policies is to establish policy guidance for future industrial requests within the Ag Reserve tier. And that is to be considered for transmittal by the BCC on the May 4th public hearing date. And so since the BCC has not yet been presented with the staff's proposed text language for consideration of new policy guidance, this subject amendment is essentially premature at this point. However, should this board recommend approval, staff recommends the request be subject to 3 conditions. The first 2 are applicant proposed. The third is proposed by staff. The applicant proposed conditions are identical to the 2 that were adopted with Sunflower and Lost Farms, as Ms. McClellan had indicated, and they prohibit hazardous and heavy industrial uses, principal commercial uses, and that would otherwise circumvent the commercial cap in the tier. The third condition allows the BCC to consider both the land use amendment and the rezoning application together at the same adoption public hearing. So during the public notification process, the Planning Division mailed notices to property owners within 500 feet, in addition to interested parties, HOAs, and POAs within the vicinity. And this amendment was also included in the Ag Reserve interested parties email list that was sent out on March 30th. Staff held an informational meeting on March 29th to convey information about this amendment at upcoming dates, and no members of the public attended for this item. To date, staff has not received any contact from the public about this item either. So based on our assessment of the request, staff is recommending denial. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 4 parties who wish to speak on this item: Heidi Mahaffey, Jim Knight, Linda Smith, and Drew Martin. Good afternoon, Ms. Mahaffey.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for staff for that wonderful presentation and for thoroughly considering that this project would be in contravention of the comprehensive plan as it stands today. When we look at the Ag Reserve, it has been carved out in Palm Beach County as a unique tier with regulations on development to preserve the agricultural services, to preserve open space and environmental and water resources. Time and time again, this commission and the county commission has been asked for exceptions to the comprehensive plan. And this commission has held steady in denying things that, and applications that would essentially render the meaning of the agricultural reserve irrelevant. This particular application has so many different concerns that were in the staff report and presented this morning that I'd like to go over with you again. It is located half a mile west of State Road 7. It is less than 1 mile from the Loxahatchee Reserve. It's surrounded on all sides by preserved parcels. And what the applicant is requesting to do is to convert what is essentially allowed for 66,059 square feet of agricultural uses to 198,000 plus square feet of industrial light uses. This would also require a subdivision variance because it is not, it doesn't have that arterial roadway, and it would increase traffic by 224 net daily trips, 125 in the morning and 122 in the evening during peak hours. This is the maximum potential allowed for this type of a project that they're requesting. Staff's report recommends denial, and as does Sierra Club and 1000 Friends of Florida, which I'm representing today. And in the staff report, they've stated that the applicant does not adequately justify the request, that the county staff is unable to determine if this proposed amendment would further the county directions, including respecting the character of the area, aiding the management growth in the tier, contributing to the support or enhancement of agriculture, and also that the introduction of industrial uses on this particular parcel would contribute to incompatibilities with the surrounding agricultural lands. Most concerning is the applicant's own justification and belief regarding this particular project and the character of the ag reserve as a whole. And I quote from their submission, "These changes indicate that the agricultural reserve has continued to change from a rural agricultural area to a suburban community with a growing population that needs various services and goods within proximity of their homes." The ag reserve is not a suburban community. And as 1,000 Friends of Florida and Sierra Club has remained steady in saying that this is a death by 1,000 cuts of the agricultural reserve. These little tiny exceptions that continue to be made is going to eviscerate the ag reserve as we know it. And I see that my time has expired. I am willing to answer any questions if anyone has any, and I do ask that you take a look at the letter that we submitted today.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Jim Knight, 740 Havana Drive, Boca Raton, Florida, native here of Palm Beach County. There have been a number of changes out here. There's been a study that's done by the own county staff about the landscape services. These are the guys that come and mow your yards, take care of your bushes, so forth. Directly across the street from this site is Grasshopper Landscaping. They were in violation. I don't know if they're still in violation, but you've got 40-plus landscape companies that are out there still in violation. A lot of the concern seems to be that the industrial site's going to be built in these great big industrial buildings and so forth. Well, if you look at the landscape services out there and the industrial that has been approved, you go to Top Cut as an example, which is going up at 441 and Boynton Beach Boulevard. They go in there, they put together a couple of double-wide trailers, maybe a small office building, and then store their equipment, which is serving the communities right here. And you're keeping the carbon footprint down by having these companies located in close proximity to where the businesses are being done. The County Commission has already weighed in. They supported the Top Cut, which was the Homerich for landscape services. The County Commission weighed in on Sunflower, supporting that, Lost Farms, and this doesn't just go away by saying, hey, we're going to push you out of heritage farms, we're going to push you out of any residential communities and so forth, and just pretend that it goes away. Well, the problem doesn't go away. And I strongly encourage you and believe this is compatible when you look at a 30-plus acre chipping and mulching facility directly across the street. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Drew Martin on behalf of the Lux Hatchie Group Sierra Club. Just to let you know, Linda Smith had to leave, but she left some comments, written comments. We strongly oppose this. And we strongly oppose this because of the location. It's first of all, we really have not supported any of these other developments on the west side of State Road 7. We're trying to keep a buffer for the Loxahatchee Wildlife Refuge. You don't have an idea what this would be. Obviously, this is extremely premature because the county has not established exactly how this light industrial is going to operate. And there's no urgency on the part of this landowner since they've been there for a long time. And I thought a lot of their arguments are somewhat specious. You know, if you don't like what your neighbors are doing and you think, you know, it's disrupting your lifestyle, then maybe that's a code issue and maybe you want to go talk to code about it. If you don't like how the park's being used, or the type of activities, then that's a county issue again. And you need to approach the county and say, you know, we don't think this is appropriate. But to just say, you know, a lot of other people are doing things that we don't like, so we're going to do something that we don't like too, you know, that's how the ag reserve is being destroyed. And what we're really saying is These are the type of properties, it's within less than a mile of the Loxahatchee Wildlife Refuge. You know, what worries me is we call this industrial, and we're going to start out by saying, well, it's just going to be landscaping equipment, but we really don't have the boundaries. And so what if somebody does go in there and put they're allowed to put 198,000 square foot industrial facility? And, you know, I'm glad to see they're not going to be building dynamite there, and they're limited so they can't use explosive materials. Well, that's a relief. But it opens the door to a lot of other things. So, you know, I think as, you know, a wise planning group, that I think that I would respect staff's recommendation. Staff says deny. We recommend deny. Our attorney recommends deny. Please deny. Thank you.
All right, we have one additional card from Linda Smith. She asked that her comments be read into the record if she's not here. Her comments are as follows. The applicant would have this commission believe that the Ag Reserve has changed from a rural agricultural area to a suburban community, and this is simply untrue. A pro-development mindset that places the needs of a landowner or developer above that of the general public that will benefit from open space is not in the best interest of the public. There is no expiration of the Ag Reserve once it is, quote, built out, end quote. There is still a need to maintain the integrity of the tier to ensure that all that has been preserved is not degraded by increased densities and intensities. At this time, I'll open the floor up to questions.
Motion to deny.
I'll open it up to questions to staff and also the applicant. We'll start with the WebEx commissioners. Commissioners Cap, Hayden, and Carr, do you have any questions for staff or the applicant?
No questions for me right now. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Hayden? And Commissioner Carr. All right, I'm going to turn to my right. Commissioner Bras, do you have any questions for the applicant or staff?
Yes, I do. Actually, previously, Mr. Fina made the comment that all of his neighbors sold out. With that reference, does that mean all of the properties that surround him to the east, the north, and the west sold out to the county for their regional park, and he just held out? Does anybody know?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
Oh. Commissioner Bras, I could just state that that the property for the West Delray Park and Palm Beach Downs was acquired by South Florida Water Management District through warranty deed purchase in 1999 or 2000.
Okay, and does anybody know if Mr. Fina was offered the opportunity to sell at the same time?
Yeah, that has not been disclosed.
Okay, thank you very much. My next question is the fact that Atlantic Avenue is not even designated a road west of 441, and it is a half a mile west of 441. I mean, I didn't even see little lines designated the left lane from the right lane. I mean, how can he even come forward and ask for almost 200 square feet? I'm trying to put this in a question. How can he even try to get 200 square feet of possible light industrial when it's not even on a real road? 200,000, sorry.
Sure, so I can answer that question for you, Commissioner Bras. So for the zoning application, land development does have an issue in our EPZB system currently stating that this would require approval of a variance. It would be a subdivision variance required to access West Atlantic due to a portion of the road being less than 80 feet. So that would be a requirement in order for it to be developed, would be approval of that variance.
Thank you. I'm done.
Commissioner Groman.
So I'm wondering why this is in the queue. If the county commission is going to sort of weigh in on this scenario, is it because they were trying to make a deadline or something? Or I would think that the applicant would wait to see what would happen. Is there a reason why we're in the queue here?
Hi. So we had actually applied before the language had been drafted, and now that the language has been drafted and we've seen it, this parcel is would be excluded by the commerce language in its current draft form because of its location.
Okay, I mean, I would think that you would sort of not, you would withdraw this and not have a sort of negative vote on the record if that's where you were going, but that, you answered my question, thank you.
Commissioner Pompey? No question. Commissioner Roth?
Yes, so to understand staff, my question is, Mr. Goodson, that this cannot fall into the proposed new commerce. And as I read the staff report for recommendation for denial, the concern is that there is no end user. So therefore, you could have 198,000 square feet, and this is just wide open. Is that the crux of it at this point?
That's correct. As of right now, the language for commerce going forward to commission on May 4th, this site would not qualify to be a commerce designated. And so considering that there's no policies for industrial in the ag tier, having a site planner and end user to further look at specifics would be just a method to attempt to get a foothold into what could be appropriate or compatible, and we don't have that either.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I agree with the term premature for this. Thank you.
Commissioner Stopik?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I do have a question for the applicant. Can you clarify for me that FP&L substation situation? That sort of caught my attention here, in terms of, is this a likelihood, time frame, extent of development of this? Because I certainly wouldn't want to live across the street from one.
I'm not exactly sure of the timing. FP&L does own the property, and it's a large property.
The Oaks PUD it's referring to. Because that's, to me, it looked like on staff's map it was Oaks PUD, and then on yours it was...
It's owned by FP&L.
It is owned by FP&L.
Yeah, by FP&L, yep.
Oaks PUD references the preserve area. It's a preserve area for Oaks PUD.
Okay, so and we don't know if FP&L is going to develop it, when they develop it, and to what extent they would develop it. We have no way of knowing. And they can do that at will.
There's a 2006 conditional use approval through the zoning division for that FP&L substation that they have not acted on yet. So long as that development order is still valid, they could come in right now and do it if they wanted to act on it.
That's a real red herring in my book. I mean, they trump everything at that point. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Van?
So my understanding from staff's point of view is that they don't fall in the new category you guys are creating, and that you not recommend approval because they're not coming in with any site plan that could be built up to a certain amount of industrial uses. But can this, if say we recommend approval, can this be conditioned that they couldn't or be limited to certain things, the land use? Could it be conditioned that it's limited to certain uses?
So as written now, there is a condition of approval that's consistent with the Sunflower and Lost Farms examples, which limited it to light industrial uses. So that these conditions are equivalent to what those two sites had. But those two sites were right on State Road 7.
Sure, Commissioner.
Just to follow up on that FP&L thing, because it's sticking with me. If FP&L were to develop a substation in this location, what would the classification then become?
The classification of the land use or the use itself?
The FP&L substation would be the land would then be reclassified as to what level, assuming there's a substation present.
Well, it would be considered a transmission substation use per the zoning division.
Okay. And that would be, I'm sorry? Not going to change the land use. It's not going to change the designation to an industrial or a higher level.
No.
But surrounding. In other words, what I'm getting at is if there are other areas in the county, which I know there are, obviously, where the substations exist, the immediate surrounding areas. I'm thinking just at the northwest corner of Clintmore and Jog, not far from where I live, you've got residential on one side, Broken Sound. You've got residential to the north. You've got light industrial to the west, and you've got Clintmore bordering it. But there's a substation present there. I just don't know, what they classify the other areas as.
So your question is really honing in on what land use classification that the site would have should it be developed for the substation.
And how that will affect all adjacent area that is now agricultural and is, being hotly debated.
It depends on, if the development order from that 2006 approval is still valid, then the use stands and the zoning and the land use designation stays as it is. They would not, if it's an invalid development order, like the conditions of approval monitoring have expired, then they would have to come in if they so wanted and redo it, and they'd be subject to current zoning code requirements. And if that necessitated a land use change or a zoning change, then they would have to work that out at that time.
At this point, there's no known expiration on their ability at this point.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Vinegar.
Well, I could clear up a few things about FP&L in that particular site. So I don't have a question, but can I answer his question?
This is the only time we can speak, Sunshine, so sure, go ahead.
Thank you. 2006, yes, to the dismay of Tierra del Rey to the south, it was approved. Kieran Kilday brought it and spoke to the association and all. There's nothing they could do about it. The commissioners approved it, and it is adjacent to abutting, I do believe, 3 properties in Tierra del Rey. They're each 5 acres. All 3 of them have mansions on the property, and these are people that are they're even closer than you're talking about, adjacent to, not across the street from. And one of the mansions just sold a few months ago for $1.2 million, which is actually that's about what they were going for in Tierra del Rey. The price is $1.2 million to $2 million, and that's the story. People are living right next to that, and the property owners were there, and they're still there. 2 of them are still there. That we tried to oppose it in 2006, but it got put through, and that's all. It's yeah. Well, from what to quote the architect that owned the mansion that was sold, he passed away since. But to quote him, I drove up with him to the Board of County Commissioners when this came up, and he said, FP&L they're not necessarily bad neighbors, and the neighbors spoke with FP&L and were working out buffering and all. So there wasn't a tremendous amount of opposition, but there was opposition. Of course, nobody wants it next to them, but it was like, it's just accepted.
Vice Chair Siegel.
No questions, no comments.
Would it be possible to pull the slide that shows the preserves that surround the subject site back up again, please? All right, so Sunflower is that little grayed out area in the bottom kind of right-handish corner.
Yeah.
And it too is surrounded by preserves, right? Basically to the north and to the west. Am I looking at that map correctly?
Yeah, not to the north, but to the west, the orange.
Oh, I'm sorry, preserve 17. Okay, I see. Okay, got it. And then the site that we're considering right now has preserves directly to the south of it and to the north as well. Okay. When I was reading the staff report, you indicated that this was premature because the board had not had an opportunity to provide direction. But implicitly, aren't they providing you direction by way of Sunflower and the other projects that have been approved by the board that were also, I guess, industrial agricultural?
Well, this one is a little different. Like Kevin mentioned, that those sites were both located directly on State Road 7, had access to State Road 7. This one is off of Atlantic Avenue West, and then so we view it a little differently.
Because Atlantic at that point is what, basically a 2-lane road or something? Is pretty narrow. Is it 2 or 4 lanes? I don't recall from the photo.
2.
It's a 2-lane road. So because it's not a main thoroughfare, you draw distinctions between Sunflower's positioning versus this property's positioning in that regard.
And also the subdivision variance for access that they would need to makes this different.
Okay. Now, the May 4th, 2022 meeting of the BCC, I guess they'll hopefully give you express guidelines for these type of properties moving forward. Is that what the hope is?
Right. So for the Commerce Flu, they'll be voting whether not to transmit that, possibly with, they could modify the language. And then also this amendment would be on the agenda as well.
But as to the commerce, you said that this particular tract of land wouldn't fall into the proposed definition for commerce. This particular tract would not be would never be considered commerce. Did I hear you correctly, or staff correctly?
Right, not based on the criteria as staff has written it for the May 4th hearing. However, the board could always modify the location requirements if they wanted to.
Okay. As it sits currently, it would be considered what? What should it be classified as? If it were to change, what would be a reasonable classification for this property?
Yeah, I'm not sure we could opine on that.
All right, but you did also mention earlier that if we do approve it, then you would want there to be the same conditions that Sunflower has in place, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I would definitely support that. Can we have a motion to approve or?
I made a
this
motion
application?
to deny earlier, which is premature, but I'll make it again.
All right, so we have a
Based
motion
on
to deny.
staff recommendation.
Sure, we have a motion to deny by Commissioner Groman, seconded by Commissioner Roth. Do we have any unreadiness or additional conversation that needs to be had?
Real quick, Mr. Chair. I actually sort of looking over this area, and even the concept of calling things industrial kind of makes me uneasy. It's a haphazard, chopped up area. Again, I agree with Mr. Martin that we're sort of doing, and Heidi, the attorney. It seems like we're doing this by death by 1,000 cuts. It's just a general mess in general. These types of uses. I'm not really fond of these types of industrial uses, and so, I'm going to vote in support of denial, and let's see where the county commissioners want to go. I wasn't a big fan of Sunflower either. I just think that if you drive around that area, it's just a mess.
Any additional unreadiness? Commissioner Roth, do you have anything to add before we call the vote?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Pompey? To my left? All right, well, let's call the question.
Barbara Roth.
Yes. Yes for denial.
Yeah.
Lori Vinegar.
Yes.
Penny Pompey.
Yes.
Spencer Siegel.
Yes.
Dagmar Bras.
Yes.
Glenn Groman.
Yes.
Angela Van.
Yes.
Rick Stopick.
Yes.
Edwin Ferguson.
No.
Kara Cap. Kara Cap. Kara Cap. Can you repeat, please, Kara Cap? Motion passes.
Great. All right, so now we turn to 3B1, the county proposed text and map series amendments, agriculture reserve, multifamily, essential housing, FLU text.
And Maria Bello, who we've heard from a few times today, will be presenting this item. And just brief, the last 3 items were all site-specific future land use amendments. This one is a county proposed text amendment, and just 10 seconds background. This was before you, your January Planning Commission meeting, and then the Board of County Commissioners unanimously initiated this item at their February 2nd BCC hearing. So now we're back with the actual language as proposed by staff.
Good afternoon again.
No.
As-
I apologize. One question. So in terms of a quorum, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, we need 8.
We have 3.
Can we verify that we have,
Yeah.
'cause the last vote, we weren't getting responses from the folks on WebEx. Okay, so Kara is showing up as online, so in terms of,
We need Kara for a quorum for this one?
yes.
Then
yes.
we would need some kind of evidence that she's present.
Precious, can you see if she's,
So Commissioners Hayden and Carr have dropped off of the call, Zoom call.
Actually, I take that back. There's been a new ordinance for quorum that only requires 25%, so we're good.
Okay.
It was adopted last year. We haven't really had to discuss it because we've never had an issue. So, and we
Yeah, to vote. Wasn't that just 25% present
if you give
in
us
person?
a 5-minute recess, we'll double check.
Yeah.
And also give a chance for Cara to come back.
Well, wait a minute. We just need to have a quorum before we approve. So why not just go forward with the presentation and you do your research to figure out what's what?
Because the person that would constitute the quorum may not feel comfortable voting on it unless they hear the whole agenda item, and we don't want to assume that they'll be ready to do that at that point. But if you give us
You're saying you're hoping that Carr will chime in the next 5 minutes?
also to give us a chance to look over the ordinance and make sure that we're giving you the right advice about quorum.
And you say again that she's on, but she's not been responsive to the last 2 questions of whether she is available? I guess nobody heard me. Kara, you all have reached out to Ms. Cap and she's not been responsive, correct? Hello, staff, anybody?
that's correct.
Okay, yeah, let's take 5 minutes then. And you said you'll get the answer, sir, as to, okay, 25% in person versus 25% in general. Okay. Congratulations, I hear you have a wedding to go to tomorrow?
She has a wedding.
So, question I guess that we all want to ask is how much would this gum up the works if we just rolled this to the next meeting and took it up at that time?
We're in agreement that 25% in person would satisfy quorum. So we have 25% in person, so we're good.
So we can go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Staff, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. As Mr. Fisher mentioned, this is a county-initiated text amendment that would establish a new future land use category called essential housing. It would apply only in the agricultural reserve tier. The amendment would also establish eligibility criteria for what properties could pursue this essential housing future land use designation, and would set requirements for things like the amount of preserve that's required and workforce housing requirements. This amendment was initiated, as mentioned, by the Board of County Commissioners in February, and it follows several requests over the last several years for higher density in the agricultural reserve for the purpose of providing multifamily and workforce housing in the ag reserve. Most of those requests were withdrawn by the applicants, or the initiation of them was denied by the Board of County Commissioners. However, last fall, the board opted to proceed with the Reserve at Atlantic proposal, and that was transmitted and is in process now. And that one is for multifamily development with a significant component of workforce housing. So at the time of that discussion, the board directed staff to look at coming back with some sort of vehicle to consider the possibility of these types of developments elsewhere in the ag reserve, rather than looking at them on a case-by-case basis with different rules and proposals each time. So before I go into that, just very briefly to refresh your memory, the density options that are available currently in the ag reserve are the 1 unit per 5 acres that we see in some subdivided areas. We also have the opportunity for 1 unit per acre in clustered developments. The 80-20 that clusters the 1 unit per acre on 20% of the land area, we have only one of those, and actually not exactly quite like that, but in the ag reserve. The 60-40 that you're probably more familiar with, that clusters the units on 40% of the development area. And the 2 marketplaces that exist in the ag reserve also have the opportunity for 1 unit per acre. Both of the marketplaces that are in place have units approved as part of their site plans. However, those have not been built. There is no requirement to build them, and they are not restricted units, even if built. So as a result, there is no higher density or multifamily units that exist in the ag reserve tier today. So that board discussion that led to a direction to staff to work on a means of doing this addressed a number of different parameters, and I'm going to go over each of those in more detail, along with the staff recommendation on each of the items. So with regard to a preserve requirement, the agricultural reserve tier, as you know, has an objective which is to preserve and enhance agricultural activity, environmental and water resources. And the way that objective has been pursued has been to use the clustering requirement that I mentioned in residential development and non-residential development for the most part, and to have the preserve areas available for the environmental or agricultural activity. So for this type of essential housing designation, we don't see any reason to depart from that 60% requirement, and so that would be our recommendation. We would also look to allowing community gardens in the preserve areas, which for some reason are not allowed today. And because these preserve areas, along with the development areas, would be established through a future land use designation and adopted by ordinance, we would include language that these preserve areas could not be swapped for others. As you may know, that is a fairly common occurrence in the agricultural reserve tier, where particularly the 60-40 PUDs have preserve areas associated with them, but those get moved around preserves get liberated, they become development areas if they meet the criteria, and so on. Because these generate higher density, we would say they need to stay as essential housing preserves and not be redesignated. With regard to the density and the size of what these essential housing projects might be, the board discussed at length projects that they thought were desirable, that of course exist outside the Ag Reserve. We looked at those and others that have been approved in recent years. The density that was associated with the projects was in the range of 22 to 25 units per acre on the residential portions. And the residential portions had a size of averaging almost 14 acres. So based on that assessment, our proposal is a minimum project size overall of 30 acres, which would accommodate the 40% development area and the 60% preserve area. In a 30-acre project, the development area would be 12 acres, for example. And the density per acre we are suggesting would be 8 units per acre. Overall, again, when transferred onto the development area, would result in a net density on the development area of 20 units an acre, consistent with the projects that the board indicated were desirable. And an additional recommendation, and I'll point out here that this was accidentally left out of Exhibit 1, and I need to reintroduce it in one of my cuttings and pastings. So it will be back in there, but the discussion is in the staff report that there would be a requirement for a second unit type when a project exceeds 200 units. Under the current code, that isn't triggered unless a project exceeds 300 units and 100 acres, and we're not going to see those in the Ag Reserve. And so for, again, anyone that may not be familiar, the way that it works in the agricultural reserve tier is, for example, an essential housing project such as this would have a development area that would comprise 40% of the site, a preserve area comprising 60% that could be adjacent to the development area or could be off-site or could be some combination of both. And that density would be relocated from the preserve area onto the development area. So 8 units overall on the entirety of the property would result in 20 units per acre for this essential housing category on the development area. Another one of the parameters that the board discussed was where these projects should be sited, and there was discussion about excuse me, remaining consistent with the master plan recommendations back from 1999. Those recommendations included placing higher density housing adjacent to or near to the marketplaces and also near to what were to have been economic development centers that would have been developed at the 2 turnpike interchanges. Those eventually were not included in the recommendations that the board accepted with regard to the economic development centers, but again, given the board discussion of remaining consistent with the master plan recommendations, we've looked at that. And the reason the board members cited for these locations was to try to limit trips and provide the opportunity for walkability, biking, and transit access from this essential housing. And so our proposal would be that the development area portion, that is the 40% of these essential housing projects, be on sites that have frontage on Boynton Beach Boulevard or Atlantic Avenue on the segments that would extend from half a mile west of Lyons Road to the Turnpike. And just to illustrate what that looks like, you can see the red dashed line there. And I wanted to point out on this one and on the next one for Atlantic Avenue, the properties that are currently eligible are basically large enough to accommodate all 30 acres on site, both the development area and the preserve area, are located at the interchange area, Boynton Beach and the Turnpike. I will also, though, point out that there are several parcels in the green shading that are currently preserved parcels. If these were to be swapped as part of their existing development approvals, then these potentially could also become eligible for the essential housing designation. And here we have the same for Atlantic Avenue, again at the interchange, and then the Reserve at Atlantic parcel that is already in process. In terms of the required percentage of workforce units, as you probably all know, the workforce housing program does not apply and has never applied in the Ag Reserve tier, but we did look to the program to look at appropriate percentages. Workforce housing percentages, depending on the options selected by the developer and the density bonuses selected by the developer, range from 2.5% to more than 20%. In recent years, when comprehensive plan amendments have come forward seeking increases in density, particularly for multifamily, the board has asked staff to recommend to them 25% of the units as on-site workforce units. And since the essential housing represents a significant increase in density, and through the amendment process, that would be our recommendation here, is that the board require 25% of the units on-site as workforce housing in these essential housing projects. And then finally, in terms of implementation method, we again would recommend that this be a future land use category. That is what we have proposed. And that is because it would require the appropriate data and analysis for each site. As you have been hearing all morning, every site is different. The circumstances are different. The location, what is adjacent to each one is different. And so that would provide the opportunity for the board to consider and have public hearings each and every time one of these projects was proposed, and the board would retain the legislative discretion to approve or deny any of these in considering the circumstances at each time. This would be a future land use designation that could be used as a standalone designation or could be combined as part of a mixed-use project, depending on the possibilities of the site. And as you also have been hearing all morning, we would recommend that the concurrent rezoning, that the required rezoning be concurrent, so that you'd have the opportunity and the board would have the opportunity to look at the site-specific factors as well. In terms of public notification, we have provided notice to other local governments through our Intergovernmental Plan Amendment Review Committee and to our extensive list of agricultural reserve interested parties. The only commentary received to date is the letter from the law firm representing Thousand Friends and Sierra Club that you received this morning. And staff is recommending approval of this essential housing category to implement the board direction and the parameters that the board wanted to address. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We have 7 public comment cards, so same drill as before. The first person, please go to the podium to my right. That's Heidi Mahaffey. Jim Knight, please go to the podium to my left. After Ms. Mahaffey finishes her comments, Lauren McClellan, please approach the podium. And after Mr. Knight, Jennifer Morton, if you would follow him to the left podium. Good morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Before I get into the comments that were submitted to the council, I did want to make a point. There was discussion earlier this morning about whether or not the county had the opportunity to impose a rent cap. And your staff has stated that it's very difficult to do, but Lake Worth Beach has recently implemented an ordinance where they're asking for a notification to renters of rent increases. And that's something that the county may be interested in looking at too, because Thousand Friends in Florida and Sierra Club recognize that there is a need for affordable housing in Palm Beach County. There is a housing crisis, but we disagree that having an essential housing element in the agricultural reserve for high density workforce housing is appropriate. And that's because of the very ecological beneficial nature of the agricultural reserve. And also, as been recognized by this commission today, workforce housing does not meet the needs of the individuals that are needing these affordable housing units. A resolution to the housing crisis must not result in inconsistent densities and intensities that would make the ag reserve more like the urban or suburban tiers. A couple of major concerns with this particular proposal in the ag reserve is the 8 units per acre that can be compounded with the use of off-site preserves to 20 units per acre. And staff gives an example in their report that would allow, if there's an allowable 2,152 units on property, if the preserve was on that property, it would then jump up to 5,379 units at a 2.5 increased density rate if off-site parcels were used. That's an enormous burden on the surrounding community with increased traffic, the potential for roadway mortality, and the development also impacts on water and environmental resources. So while staff has been very careful to limit this to a particular corridor, it does have a tier-wide impact that must be considered as well. Staff has discussed the multifamily units that are already approved in Palm Beach County's agricultural reserve, but have not been utilized yet, and that may be something that needs to be taken a closer look at as well. Workforce housing is not the same as affordable housing. There was discussion this morning also about whether or not the workforce housing program is mandatory and you have to take a look at those rents. But it's my belief that it is actually guidance in that the county can set up stricter regulations because it's not the same as public housing or Section 8. And again, taking a look at affordable housing for everyone rather than workforce housing that has this median income requirement that many of the farm workers that are in the agricultural reserve and should be served by residential density and non-residential uses in the ag reserve cannot meet that income requirement.
Thank
We
you.
respectfully request that you deny this application from moving forward.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank all the commissioners that have stayed behind. It's a long day. I know you don't get paid to do this, and certainly appreciate it. And I think it's important, if we can in the future, go to have everybody be here in person. Right now, we are in a crisis. We know that because of the amount of workforce housing units that are needed throughout Palm Beach County. There's a need in excess of 100,000. The county studied this for the last couple of years, and they've come back with a plan for 20,000 units. Part of that plan is to put forth a bond issue in front of the voters here in November. It's a significant need, and I think there's some confusion on what the charge is for the workforce housing. So it goes from a low income of 60% to a high of 140%. So a 4-bedroom in the low income, a 4-bedroom unit is starting at $1,489 a month, I'm sorry. If you happen to catch today's Palm Beach Post article, you might have seen the article about the Ag Reserve today. Lots by lottery, 190 try luck to buy 75 $1 million plus homes. What this was is a new community that Jail Homes is opening up. 190 people each submitted a $10,000 refundable check to GL Homes and get pulled out of a lottery, basically. Of that, 75 people were lucky winners. That's lucky winners to buy a home that starts at $1 million plus. I think this is something that we really need. There's not a lot of land left out there, and if we don't take care of our workforce housing needs, we're going to be in bigger problems coming forward. And if you look at today, I think you had roughly about 400 units roughly come forward in the 2 different projects that you voted on today. And if those both were approved, that would give you a whopping 100 units towards the 20,000 units that are desperately needed right now. I would greatly appreciate if you'd support this item. Thank you, and staff is on target. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lauren McClellan. I'm at J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture. I like the CHR future land use designation. I think it's great. I think staff has done a really good job in trying to rectify the unintended consequences that have happened with the policies of the ag reserve tier. allowing an increase in density in order to ensure the diversification of housing opportunities within this tier is surely going to benefit all of the county. The only point that I really want to address is in the proposed language, is kind of what Maria touched on that may have been inadvertently left out. It's the requirement to provide 2 housing types for projects proposing more than 200 units. This requirement is already in the code for planned unit developments. The threshold is actually 300 units. So when you hit a 300 unit threshold, you have to provide 2 housing types. Well, most developers like GL Homes and Pulte and all the single family developers, they meet this requirement by building a single family home and a 0 lot line home. They kind of look the same, right? So now when you have a multifamily project that comes forward, the threshold has been reduced to 200. I think the 300 in the code is fine, but when you have a multifamily developer like Greystar or North American Properties, they're only building multifamily. Like there's no other unit type that they can build, nor that they do build. And I just kind of think that having this would be a hindrance or an impediment to, you know, addressing the diversification of the tier and obtaining workforce housing in a tier where, again, the median home price in the ag reserve tier is $1 million. Like I just think that we need to leave that language in the code. It's there. It's at 300 units. I think it's fine to stay there and rather not add it to the EHR language. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Morton with J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture. And yes, thank you very much for staying to hear this item. And thank you, staff, for all your work on drafting the language. Our firm has been heavily involved with this essential housing criteria, especially in the Ag Reserve. I really just have one comment. It's regarding the preserved parcels. The criteria for establishing the essential housing is a minimum of 30 acres. The development would be clustered on 40% of that. So the remaining land that would be set aside in preservation is about 18 acres. It can go up from there, but that's the minimum. We're working with most of the developers of those other sites that Maria showed you on that map. Most of the on-site most of those projects are going to have on-site preservation. So they're going, if they're a 40-acre parcel, they cluster their development on 16 acres, and the rest is preservation. What we're proposing is that the preserved parcels be allowed to include water management tracts. And the reason why we're asking that for that request is the preserved parcels can be a passive park. As Lauren demonstrated, there's a county park that's designated passive in the Ag Reserve today. These communities, we're actually designing these communities. We're going to have multifamily. Most of them or some of them will have a passive park. And when you think of a passive park, I don't think that, I think you associate that with trails, water, vegetation, and therefore we think the preserve area would be enhanced by allowing for water management tracts. And I drafted just some basic language under the item number 6, water management tract shall be permitted in the preserve area when the preserve area is utilized as passive recreation and held in common ownership and control by the HOA. So that would protect the preserved parcel. It would be maintained as part of the HOA, and some of these developers are considering making that passive park open to the public. So I think it could be a benefit. Obviously, it would be part of our zoning approval for a PUD, but I just would, just like they opened it up to community gardens, I think that's a good use for the preserve. I think for this essential housing, being able to do water management tracts would also be an enhancement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Drew Martin and Zach Channing.
Drew Martin, on behalf of the Luxetty Group of the Sierra Club. Staff is making a valiant effort, so we definitely want to compliment staff on their efforts. The real concern we have is what's appropriate for the Ag Reserve. And what's the purpose of the Ag Reserve? And the purpose is primarily to preserve agriculture. So do we want, I think we have to ask this question, do we really want density? And if we're going to get density, how is it going to be handled? And what's appropriate? We're not against workforce housing. We're not against affordable housing. I think it's been demonstrated. And, we're allowed to opine on things even if we're not experts. So I'm not an expert on what rentals should cost, but I can opine on it because I've lived in rental housing and I know what people can afford. And so, I really question if workforce housing is really all that affordable for, somebody like an agriculture worker. So, people come here and say, well, we have all this demand. Well, we know right now there's a lot of pent-up demand, but that may very well be part of the boom and bust scenario that Florida goes through on a regular basis throughout the beginning of the state. And we know that, Wall Street is buying up a lot of homes. And there's a perceived shortage. There's no question that there could be more affordable housing. But whether building it in the Ag Reserve is appropriate is really the question that you as a planning board and the county commission needs to be asking. What we're saying, not that we don't need affordable housing and not that we don't need workforce housing, but what we're saying, is this the appropriate place? And if it is, then building it definitely, I think, by requiring the 60/40 is important, because what happens is you open this door to Pandora's box and the developers come in there and pretty soon they want all these incentives. And they want to give up the conservation requirements and they want to give up this requirement and that requirement. And pretty soon it's no longer an ag reserve. It's no longer an area that people want to live in because it's just another high density place like we see all over Broward, Miami. And the reason people are coming to live in our county is because they don't want to be in that. So I think we have to be very careful. We're not against workforce housing. We're not against affordable housing, but we're against increasing density if it's not appropriate. And so I think we have to be very careful as we move forward to determine how it's going to be done and where it's appropriate. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Zach Channing, and I'm with Channing Corporation. And along with our partner Malcolm Butters, we have a contract on 2 parcels north of Boynton Beach Boulevard, just west of the Turnpike. First, we want to commend the staff of the Planning Department for all their hard work in creating the Agriculture Reserve Essential Future Land Use Designation and the Commerce Future Land Use Designation. In regard to the essential housing, having a second product type has been challenging to work with within our site plan. The challenge is that this product type will most likely be a 2-story townhouse and some sort, which has a low density of around 10 units to the acre. The requirement of having a second product type and water retention on the 40% of the site makes it impossible to get to the allowed density in the proposed language. In order to make it work, we request to be able to move the retention from the 40% to the 60% preserve. In order to make sure that the 60% preserve will be used for community activities such as community farm or a passive park, the retention on the 60% preserve should be no greater than 10% of the 60% preserve. For example, our multifamily site is around 38 acres. 60% preserve of our site will be 22.8 acres. So that means at 10%, the retention cannot be larger than 2.28 acres in the 60%. This leaves 20.5 acres for the community uses. The retention will also benefit the 60% as irrigation for the community farm and be scenic for public walking and bike paths. So again, we recommend So what we recommend is allowing water retention to be located within the 60% preserve area for the EHR. Also, I just want to comment, I grew up in the agriculture reserve. I live in Fort Lauderdale now, but I'm born and raised in Boca Raton, right on Lyons and Clintmore. And I'm 31, just got married. And right now, the ag reserve is all homes, or where we would be living. It's $1 million plus homes. And for my wife and I, if we do want to, hopefully we have children and a family and want to move closer sooner than later to my family, there are no multifamily units to live in right now. So for myself, as a young professional in my early 30s, there is nowhere for me to live right now in the ag reserve because right now everything is for sale. So I commend the staff, and I do think this is a great idea. Not obviously I'm a developer, but also, you know, as a young professional, I do want to live in this area, and I think it's smart picking specific sites which are close to the turnpike, because I do appreciate the ag reserve. I do go out west. I pick strawberries, and I appreciate what the ag reserve also has. Thank you.
Thank you. The final comment card is from Ms. Linda Smith, and it states, there is a need for affordable housing in Palm Beach County, but the introduction of an essential housing designation for higher density residential development with workforce housing in the ag reserve is inappropriate. A resolution to the housing crisis must not result in inconsistent density and intensity in the ag reserve that will make it more like the urban-suburban tier. The impact of high-density residential may increase traffic, roadway mortality, or wildlife, result in development construction that could impact local water and environmental resources, and an overall loss of agricultural lands and the benefits of open spaces. At this time, we have a motion to...
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Oh, I can ask a question now. Thank you.
Sure.
I just wanted to know the terrific, very detailed. You thought about this a lot. You've lived this whole thing, Maria Bello. You've lived this whole thing for years. I know the density of. I'm not opposed to the increased density, but the average density is 19 units per acre in the urban-suburban tier. So why would you use 20 units per acre for the agricultural tier?
When the board gave direction to staff to work on this, they spent quite a bit of time discussing other projects that were appealing in their mass and scale and size. And so we looked at those as well as other projects that have been approved in recent years that have a workforce housing component and looked at the densities of those. And I think I had the slide up before, but I think those were in the 22 to 25 unit per acre range. And so using a figure of 8 once clustered brings us to the 20. So that's where that came from.
Okay. Well, I would think that you wouldn't want it more than what the average is in the urban-suburban tier. So it's just a point there. The other thing is, speaking about the preserved parcels and using it for water retention, what does staff think about that for maybe just a portion of it? It could be a water feature or something. What do you think about that?
So we have not allowed for drainage to be utilized within that 60% preserve area. The Board of County Commissioners can, make that modification, but as it stands, we have not allowed for drainage to be utilized in that 60%.
Okay. Well, since it would be on-site possibly, right, for the community, it might be okay to have a portion of it, have a water feature, a small percentage being a water feature that could, I could see the point. So maybe that's something to think about before you go to the county commissioners. And Maria, did I hear you say unintended consequences?
I don't think I used that phrase, but...
Yeah, I'm wondering why. I can't wait to hear that. At one point, we'll hear something. I'm waiting for the unintended consequences of what happens with this. We'll see. There might be some, but what can you do? This is a great plan to start off with. Terrific. Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Van.
Question. With over 200 units and they have to do 2 housing types. Now you're talking multifamily development. You guys talking about specifically multifamily townhouses, or are you talking about 3-story, 2-story, 1-story apartments? I'm just trying to understand exactly what you're talking about.
Ideally, some combination of multifamily and townhouse. For example, the Lennox project up in US 1 in the Juno Beach area has a combination of rental townhomes and rental multifamily. And if I may clarify with regard to the code requirement, the current code requirement, the project has to achieve 300 units and 100 acres. So these projects would be substantially smaller and would never trigger the second unit type.
Anyone else have questions for staff?
One real quick question again to follow up on the last question, which was a good question. So when you're talking about different property types, you're talking about on the surface of a multifamily project, if you had like a standalone building, but then you had rentals that were in sort of townhome style buildings. You know, sometimes they do that with garages and things like that. That would count that way. Because there are some very appealing developments that have a larger building with the amenities and the pool. It's a U-shaped building, and behind it they have a row of they look like $1 million homes, but they're 6-unit apartment buildings. Okay, so I just want to clarify that. So great, that's great, and fantastic work, just amazing. I mean, talk about distilling all this kind of information. It's really, really incredible. I think you got the nexus of really, you know, some minor tweaks, address the you know, the water retention and whatnot. Sometimes you don't need water retention, or you can do it underground or exfiltration or whatever you do. But, you know, it wouldn't be bad to have a water feature either on-site or off-site. And the community garden thing is fantastic, too, because people could grow crop. People love to do that stuff. That would probably be a draw. That's all I have.
All right. Motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second. I'm sorry.
Motion to approve by me.
Oh, by Commissioner Van. Okay. You want to still do it now? You can still do it now as before we vote.
May I?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Gorman and
Sorry, is
Van.
anybody? Okay. Yes. Just a couple of concerns to lock in and protect, you know, what I think are really good features here. Protecting the location, the nodes, the development nodes, as opposed to expressed by Heidi Mahaffey about having that migrate to other areas. Could you tell me how that would be protected, keeping this at the nodes?
Yeah, well, the development area would have to have frontage on the two segments that have been identified. And without that frontage, they would not be eligible to ask for the land use designation.
Okay, but I did hear, thank you, but I did hear reference to we would still have the option, the BCC would still have the option to hear specific proposals. Might that be away from these nodes?
For the purposes of getting the essential housing designation, those would be amendments that would come before the board, you know, seeking that designation. Now, is it possible that somebody could come in seeking the designation and proposing a text amendment, changing the segment or the location or whatever? Sure, that we have a process that allows for that. But the intent is to outline these parameters so that eligibility would be limited to those segments.
As well you have, thank you. And the issue of swap, where did I hear swap? And how open are we to that? I'm going to call it abuse.
Under the current provisions for preserve areas, there is no limitation per se. I mean, the uses have to be acceptable and so on, but there have been a number of swaps where a preserve area has been assigned to one project, and then later that has been replaced with other preserve area, and that piece has become the preserve for another PUD or has become a development area. And what we are proposing as part of this amendment is that the preserves associated with this essential housing designation that would actually have the designation by ordinance would not be available would not be available to be swapped.
Okay, thank you. And one more question, if I might. The 200 versus 300 unit, I've heard you discuss a different type of unit, but the request seems to be to allow that to remain the 300 versus the 200. Could you please address that again?
The intent is that because some of these parcels can be rather large, it would be nice not to have a sea of apartment buildings and a sea of apartments, but rather to trigger at some point a second unit type so that there is some variety and some diversity on the site. The current code triggers a second unit type when the project trips 300 units and 100 acres. These parcels that we have looked at will never trip the 100 acres, so that would not be tripped. So we are instituting our own, or recommending instituting our own trigger for the second unit type in the Ag Reserve under the essential housing category.
Thank you, Ms. Bello.
Any further discussion before we vote?
You know, I'm just concerned about the 25%, because it was a 25% and the rest could be on WebEx. So, but to actually take a vote, this vote is being by 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 people. I just think if it is allowed, okay, but let the commissioners know that there were only 6 people present.
They would know that by the
Yeah,
record.
it's in
So
the record.
are we going to vote now, or?
Okay.
You said you've called the county attorney and represented to us. We have a quorum, so let's not belabor. Is there any additional conversation before we vote? Seeing none, can we have a roll call, please?
They said Kara's back online.
We still don't have a quorum because we.
Barbara Roth,
Yes.
Lori Vinegar,
Yes.
Penny Pompey, Glenn Groman,
Yes.
Angela Van, Rick Stopick,
Yes.
Edwin Ferguson.
Yes.
Cara Cap. 6-1 motion passes.
All right. So do we have any comments from the commission members? Seeing none, we'll turn to the Planning PZ Board Executive Director. Any comments?
No comment.
All right. Thank you, sir. Chief Land Use Attorney, any comments?
Well, I'm not the chief land use attorney, but no comments.
Okay. Whatever your particular capacity. As a land use attorney, no comments. Thank you, sir. Planning Director.
Just to wish you all a happy Easter or Passover later this month.
All righty. Motion to adjourn?
Hey.
Second. Have a great weekend.